I won't review for you all the things that I have had on my plate between yesterday at 4:45 and today at 8:30. I've got criminal defendants with serious issues. I have a house about to be foreclosed upon and a need for an injunction. I've got a receiver to be appointed because assets are dissipating. It's been a busy, busy time for me since the last time we spoke. And on top of that, of course, I've had to read these deposition transcripts. I must say, I open up the first transcript and I am extremely disappointed. I'm disappointed counsel gave me a brief evening, assuming I would be available for them when I do have 300 other cases. First question. Okay, at the top is an email that you sent to Britt Truong on August 4th, 2009, correct? Objection. Foundation. Assumes facts not in evidence. Hearsay, best evidence, Federal Rule of Evidence 403. You'll remember yesterday I said, I'll be glad to read these, but when I'm sitting there reading these at 11 o'clock at night, and the question is, at the top is an email that you sent to Britt Truong, and the objection is, Foundation assumes facts not in evidence, hearsay, best evidence 403, and I'm supposed to sort through all of those rather patently, obviously ridiculous objections. What's going on here?
Not my objection, Your Honor.
What's going on here? Who made those objections?
I don't know, Your Honor. I mean, our team was working on these.
Why would someone, how could someone possibly, in good faith, pose an objection of foundation to a question, you know, is that an email you sent? I'm frustrated.
Well, Your Honor, I don't blame you. I don't understand that objection either.
Right.
I mean, I'm not looking at the whole transcript, so I don't know what follows it and if that's an anticipatory objection, but I agree with you. From what you just read,
How about this? I'm going to show you two documents. This is the next step. Marked Exhibit, marked 29 and 30. Ms. Jones, have you seen Exhibit 29 before? Best evidence, lack of personal knowledge, calls for speculation, foundation, assumes facts not in evidence, hearsay, and authentication as to Exhibit 30. Very frustrating.
Your Honor, I can only offer my apologies. I did not review that particular transcript or the objections to it.
All right. Let me also then say that I was told blues were going to be presented. There were times when it was unclear whether it was blue or green. And there was times when it was different colors from blue or green. And it's not, I don't think we were being, frankly, fair to the court. All right, with that, we're going to have to review these in more depth because it really is quite confusing. At times it's just unclear what the objections are going to. Most of the time the objections are patently absurd and not worth my time at 11:30 to review. I think there might be one that I sustain, and that's in Susan Walker at page 132, lines 7 through 11. But we're going to have to talk about this further, and unfortunately we're going to have to do it on a break. And you know, because I told these nice jurors to be here at 8:30, it's very important to me that we start right at 8:30. So we'll have to deal with the deposition transcripts later. And Ms. Paddock, is Ms. Brado back there? Let's get started at 8:30. Are we ready to go?
Yes, Your Honor.
So be ready at one of these breaks here, I guess our mid-morning break, to go over further deposition transcripts. And folks, that's the best I can do. I mean, I was here at 6:30 this morning. And ready to discuss this right after we finished our criminal matter at 8:20. So we'll get moving along. Is she there? Pardon?
They're not there.
All right. The jury is not yet here. So let's actually, if we could go back to the depositions then as we wait for the jury. I'm looking at Courtney Jones, and I told you the first set of objections on page 138. And by the way, Courtney Jones, I have volume 1, but it starts at 138. What's going on with that? Do we know anything about that?
There's a highly confidential portion of that transcript, Your Honor.
Okay, I have to tell you that that was not in the folder I had, so I've not read the highly confidential. I've only read what was in this folder, Courtney Jones, and it says Volume 1. So now we have a real problem. I grabbed the Courtney Jones folder, and okay, so I don't know who did this. Now we have a serious problem, folks. I thought it would be reasonable if I grabbed the Courtney Jones folder. Remember a moment ago I said for some reason Alicia Crump was in it, so late last night when I got into this, I read Alicia Crump. I read Courtney Jones Volume 1. Now I look, and I don't know who did this. Now I'm looking in the Alicia Crump folder, and there, oh shoot. There's Courtney Jones. I haven't read it. Didn't have it last night. Wasn't in the folder. When were you going to put Courtney Jones on?
Your Honor, I was going to put her on after Ms. Levy, but I can go into Ms. Truong's cross-examination. I'm calling her as an adverse witness in my case in chief, and do it after lunch or.
Folks, I don't know when I can read all of this. I'm sorry.
Your Honor.
I saw Volume 1. I read Volume 1. There wasn't anything else there. When do you want me to read this now? I really don't know when I can. Every break, I've got issues. I've got injunctions. I've got receivers. That's what I'm doing at every break.
We'll just adjust and not use it today and play Ms. Walker. It does create problems for me, Your Honor, in terms of my witnesses and pacing. I've got the witnesses here, so that's not a problem. I can fill the time. It's frustrating. I'm equally frustrated because my team didn't mark those transcripts. We each lodged our own originals, and I'm not casting aspersions there, but for the grace of God go I. But I'm trying to put a case on, and I'm equally frustrated. But I'll just juggle. I'll just reshuffle. If Your Honor would do me the great favor of looking at it tonight, I'll play it tomorrow. But the FDA dinner is tonight, I know.
I looked at it last night. There is a dinner I must be at. It's the annual dinner for judges of this district. I have to be there. I will look at it when I get home from the dinner, which frustrates me a great deal because that's what I did last night. Folks, if you want me to read from transcripts, isn't it fair to give me a little lead time and maybe have the right transcripts in the right folder?
Your Honor, I think that's fair, and I'd like to consult with counsel about a way just to make that happen over the weekend. I don't know what to say, or Monday. I know what your calendar is.
Right.
And it is frustrating for me too because I certainly apologize that I notified you late, but I didn't make those objections, and I'm just trying to put my case on.
All right, I will read the big volume of Courtney Jones tonight.
And, Your Honor, I've asked someone to go through those objections and re-review them and see if there are objections we need to be withdrawing that may lighten your load when you read it.
Okay, then let's turn to the deposition of Susan Walker. When were you going to put that on?
I was planning on putting that on at the end of the day, Your Honor, but I might shift it up given that Ms. Jones won.
And maybe we'll shift it up. Okay.
Your Honor, there is one designation that the plaintiff changed a lot of their designations late in the game. We were changing these.
I could see a lot of snowpeg going on.
We were changing these up to the last minute, and because of the plaintiff making changes in their designations, we had an objection in a wrong location on page 202 of Ms. Walker's deposition transcript. We had the objection next to our own counter designation as opposed to the section above it that designation.
This is what page 202 looks like for me.
I think that's because it must be in the highly confidential section. There should be 2 on Ms. Walker as well. Maybe 203 actually is the.
Okay, I'm looking at 203 and I have a big question mark here. What color are these lines? They seem to be, it's confusing to me whether they are blue or green. Tell me what you're objecting to.
The top are blue, the bottom are green, I believe, Your Honor. We are objecting to what's in blue at the top. It's a discussion regarding a performance of a production issue with the first batch.
I remember it was the quality problem, and it was, as I recall, you were just asking, so what'd you do about the problem? And I have in blue designated 1 through 9. And what's the objection?
The objection is relevance in 403, Your Honor. Production problem, but it doesn't have anything to do with the mark of the trade dress problem that was quickly corrected before the formal advertising launch of the product. There haven't been any issues since then. I think it's being introduced purely for prejudicial reasons as opposed to any probative significance.
What's the relevance?
It has to do with the quality difference between the two products, and if there's confusion between the two products, customers associate poor quality with my client's mark and trade dress. That's the relevance shown.
Response? I'm sorry, are we ready? Okay, I'll make a ruling on that. I also have to say, you know, I know only portions have been designated, but when you make arguments about authenticity, I need to know the background of the person you're asking the question to. There were many questions about improper designation, and I'm not sure what the objection improper designation is. I don't know how I deal with that here. And all I'm saying is that in ruling on many of the objections, I needed to backread and see what set that up. It's just harder than it sounds. Okay, I've noted that objection. We'll see where we go on this. Let's bring in the jury.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Proceedings come to order. This court is again in session.
All right. Whoop.
Okay, Judge.
Okay, we ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Parker, go ahead.
All right. Ms. Levy, Mr. Vaughn, are you all set? Ms. Levy, I'm going to play Exhibit 757, which is the television commercial.
For years, people with hard-to-manage hair have had to shop the normal and the urban aisle to tame their locks. Those days are gone. I'm Wendy. And I'm Kim. We've created a product line called Mix Chick. It can control frizz and define curls. With this product line, you can wash and go. That's really it. I don't have any more lines. She's just mad because my hair looks better than hers. No, it doesn't. That's why we had to light you, because you got to dye the gray.
All right, and obviously, this is Exhibit 757 that's playing. We've frozen it on the product lineup. We've got the product lineup shown as that commercial.
Yeah.
Why didn't you get more lines in that commercial? You don't have to answer those. But can you tell the jury a little bit, we covered a couple of things yesterday, but can you tell the jury a little bit about your background?
My racial background? Or
well, where'd you grow up and where'd you go to school and so forth?
I grew up in Atlantic City, New Jersey. Graduated from Atlantic City High School, as did my parents and grandparents, and then I continued my education at University of Delaware, where I got a Bachelor of Science in Exercise Physiology in 19... I'm sorry.
Yeah, just talk
Okay.
a little bit closer.
Can you move that mic just a little bit closer?
Okay.
Try that.
After high school, I went to University of Delaware, and I got a Bachelor of Science in Exercise Physiology in 1991, and instead of going right to work, I moved to New York City, and I became a waitress. And during that time, I continued my education to get more sciences because I wanted to go to graduate school for physical therapy. But things change, in life. And during that time, during college, I actually worked as Cleopatra at Caesar's Hotel and Casino to pay for my school and my books because my parents didn't help with that. So I got myself through college by, on Friday, Saturday, and Sundays, driving down to Atlantic City from Delaware to be Cleopatra and wave with Caesar and stuff. And then after New York, I ended up I moved to California briefly just for a change, and I worked in the music industry for a little while for EMI Music Publishing. Shortly after that, I was kind of about to turn 30, and I panicked. So I hurried up and went the alternate route and became a school teacher. And that's where they look for people from other places, with employment history to become a teacher just to bring, more to the students, people that have been in other just arenas of the workforce. So I was a pre-algebra 7th grade math teacher for 2 years in Atlantic City. And that was right where I was from, in the neighborhood that I was from. After that, I've had lots of jobs, so bear with me.
Let's stop there.
Okay.
At some point, did you get to California?
I did get to California.
And can you just give a snippet to the jury of what you did once you got out here?
Sure. I ended up moving back to New York, and I worked for Chiba Sound, a branch of Virgin Records that closed down their New York office and went to California. There, I assisted the president of Chiba Sound, and I also did tour budgets with that company. After that, I kind of started to miss teaching, and I went back to teach, and I became a gym teacher at North Hollywood High School. And during that time, I also was a basketball referee with the San Fernando Valley Official Association. I was a member of that, and I refereed high school basketball to supplement my income.
Let me stop there. When you started Mixed Chicks in 2003, did you keep working? Another job?
I always had to do something. I tutored a lot of children to supplement my income. So, yeah, I've always had several jobs going. So I worked, yeah, starting Mixed Chicks was not enough. I had to also work.
When did you go full-time for Mixed Chicks?
I was always full-time for Mixed Chicks. I worked, even though I had a job, Mixed Chicks always took at least 40 hours of my week.
And when did Mixed Chicks make enough income so that you could give up those outside sources of income?
2006.
Yesterday when we broke, we were talking about Exhibit 766. Yes.
I'm sorry. I say in 2006. I still was a referee to supplement my income even during that. So it wasn't truly until 2008 that Mixed Chicks was my sole source of income.
Thanks. 2008?
That's when I stopped refereeing, where I only worked Mixed Chicks.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 766, which is in evidence, and it'll come up on your screen. It's also in that binder in front of you. Either place.
Objection, Your Honor. I don't believe this exhibit made it into evidence. It was, at the end of the day, we were discussing it. We called the day, I believe. We had a hearsay objection, Your Honor. What's the number?
766, Your Honor.
Could you put it on the screen? All right. This is another one of those advertisements. So we are, I'm going to allow this to come in over a hearsay objection, but only after telling you this isn't being admitted for the truth of what's being said about the product. It's being admitted to show you that there is this advertisement by whoever is involved. So it's not for the truth of what's being stated, it's just for the fact that it's an ad. And, you know, sometimes ads are correct and honest, and sometimes ads, you know, are need to be tested for truth. So this isn't for the truth of the matter, it's merely for the ad, and it is admitted.
And Ms. Levy, is this one of the examples of Ms. Berry's noting the Mixed Chicks product as one of her favorite products?
Yes.
And is that a picture of Ms. Berry up on upper left?
Yes.
Take a look also at, and what magazine was that in?
Shape.
Shape. And is that a national magazine?
Yes.
Take a look at Exhibit 765, please.
You know what? You got ahead of me before I got it marked. What exhibit was that?
That was 766, Your Honor. What is Exhibit 765?
That's People Magazine, April 2009.
Objection, Your Honor. The same hearsay objection we've been raising with these documents.
Put it on the screen, please. Next page.
Your Honor, part of our objection is this is not an advertisement. This is a statement by Ms. Berry in People Magazine, presumably.
Response?
Your Honor, it's not for the truth of the matter asserted. It's to show the publicity surrounding the product in the marketplace.
Well, we've always had evidence that Miss Berry declared this one of her favorite things. And that came in without objection. And so I am going to overrule the objection. What exhibit is this?
765, Your Honor.
All right.
Take a look at the first page of exhibit, which I do move into evidence, Your Honor.
It's in.
Let's take a look at the first page of that up on the screen. What is the first page of exhibit 765 in your notebook?
The cover page of People magazine.
And what's on the second page of exhibit 765?
A photograph of our 10-ounce bottle and a quote from Halle Berry.
And, Your Honor, if I could trouble you to hit the magic.
I'm sorry, I thought I did, but I didn't hit it hard enough. Thank you.
And is that Miss Berry on the right?
Yes, it is.
And is that your product depicted next to you?
Yes.
Next to you, Miss Berry, excuse me. I just compared you to Miss Berry.
Ooh, thank you.
Well, I did it on purpose. Now, is this an endorsement that is this a celebrity endorsement that Mixed Chicks paid for?
No.
Did Miss Berry ever receive any compensation from Mixed Chicks?
No.
She received some free product, is that correct?
Yes.
And does Mixed Chicks have any contracts with Miss Berry?
No.
By which she says she likes the product?
No. She likes the product. She did it on her own goodwill.
And let's take a look at Exhibit 763, Ms. Levy. And what is Exhibit 763?
Cover of In Style magazine, March, where Miss Berry.
Same objection, Your Honor. Plus, this is getting cumulative. We believe this is hearsay, and we're doing the same thing over and over again. This isn't.
I'm on the last one, Your Honor.
Let's put it on the screen, please. Next page. The objection under 403 is sustained.
And, Your Honor, we do have a bitch book up there for you of Miss Levy's exhibits. It's on your far right that has the exhibits that I'm going to cover with Miss Levy. I don't think we got it close enough to your desk, and I do apologize for that.
Hold on just a moment. Those over there?
Yes.
You know, I'm using my blackout instead of going to these books. I always invite you to say, Your Honor, it would be most efficient for you to go to the books instead of the blackout, but we'll keep moving on here. Go ahead.
Your Honor, I just wanted you to know that the option existed. Has the Mixed Chicks product also appeared in Essence magazine?
Yes.
What is Exhibit 370?
Exhibit 370, I believe this is from Essence.com. I'm not sure that it's from the regular paper Essence magazine, and it's Halle with a picture of our products, and she's suggesting that our gift pack would be a great gift for Mother's Day.
We have an objection to this exhibit, Your Honor. Best evidence rule.
I didn't hear the objection.
Yes, sir. This is a best evidence issue. It appears this is not an actual photograph of the ad or the statement. It's been, it looks like a created exhibit by someone.
Just a moment.
We would also move to strike Ms. Kai's testimony about the document.
May I lay some more foundation, Your Honor?
Just a moment. thought you said that last one was the last one.
Your Honor, I do apologize. I had them grouped, and I was mistaken. This one is particularly important, and
If there was a 403 objection sustained to the last one based on cumulative and other issues, why should I not now sustain another 403? Because, again, I thought that was the last one.
Your Honor, because this particular one was referenced in a hyperlink later on.
How many after this one?
This is the last one, Your Honor, although there is something about 763 without introducing the exhibit that I'd like to point out through Ms. Levy without introducing the document.
All right. You have a best evidence challenge.
And a 403 challenge.
I'm not sure best evidence is the right one, but it would be best evidence or authentication about what this is. And then what else?
And a 403 objection.
And a 403. And a request to strike the previous testimony. The motion to strike is denied. You said you wanted to lay more foundation. Do so.
Ms. Levy, is this a printout of a write-up that appeared on the internet on essence.com?
To my understanding, yes.
Is it something that comes from the files of Mixed Chicks?
I'm sorry, I don't understand. Did this document come from our file?
Yes.
Yes.
And were those files kept in the ordinary course of Mixed Chicks business?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move Exhibit 370 into evidence.
Saying it's in your files isn't authentication. Lots of things can get stuck in files. They can even get salted into files. So you're moving it in, and your objections are?
Same objections, Your Honor. An authenticity issue as well.
What we don't know is, it looks like you kind of cut and paste the essence of an ad, but we don't know that. We don't know that this it appears to have come from one ad, but we can't know that.
I'm going to move on, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Now, Ms. Levy, we're not going to show Exhibit 763, but if you can turn back to Exhibit 763 in your notebook. And on page 3 of Exhibit 763, what's depicted at the bottom?
4 photographs of Halle Berry with a variety of hairstyles.
And how
Your Honor, objection. This exhibit was, I believe, just excluded. And now this witness is testifying to it. I'd like that testimony stricken.
Just a moment.
We're talking about 763, Ken.
Yeah, but the objection was a 403 objection.
The exhibit is not in evidence. The previous testimony is stricken. Next question.
What happened to Mixed Chicks sales after Ms. Berry announced the product as one of her must-haves?
There was a nice jump in sales, increase.
And that was that in 2009?
Yes.
And did your sales continue to increase from that point forward?
Yes.
So was the increase caused by Ms. Berry's publicity a temporary increase?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation. Speculation.
What did Mixed Chicks do, if anything, to publicize Ms. Berry's endorsement of the product?
Well, we created what we call pop-ups, which are point of purchase displays. We basically would juxtapose the cover of the magazine and the actual article on an 8.5 by 11, laminated. We'd make like a little, and then have a frame backing, so you could pop it up at the point of purchase. So you would see the cover of the magazine and Halle Berry and whatever it was that she said to support the product. With those pop-ups, we provide those to all of our new and existing salons for them to display in their retail outlet. And in addition, when we do trade shows or if other potential wholesale accounts reach out to us, we include that, whether it's in an email packet or in like an actual physical folder that we hand to potential retailers to support our products and also to tie Halle Berry to it. So we repeatedly use those ads as pop-ups.
All right, thank you. Your Honor, I request a sidebar.
You need it right now?
I'll circle back, Your Honor. Yes, I don't.
What's the subject?
Your Honor, there were certain agreements reached about how documents were going to be treated in this case last night, and I don't think they're being followed.
All right, we'll deal with that later. Go ahead.
Ms. Levy, how many trade shows a year do you attend?
8 to 12.
And where are those trade shows?
They are in California, Nevada, Illinois, New York, New Jersey, Maryland, Florida, London. Some of those locations are twice a year. Alabama. I've covered most of the trade shows we go to.
Who typically goes to those trade shows?
Kim and myself.
And can you explain briefly to the jury how these trade shows work, what they're about?
Sure. There's, like maybe anywhere from, depending on the size of the show, anywhere from 200 to I believe, 1,000 booths that are set up for people to introduce their products to people in the trade. So you can have either stylists or salon owners or distributors or beauty supply owners. They come through and they kind of just walk the aisles to find new products to retail in their store, or existing products to come and purchase from somebody's product that they might retail. There's also somehow just random individuals make their way in there too, even though they're supposed to be professional trade shows. But basically, Kim and I come in and we meet 2 pallets of products that we have shipped previously, and Kim and I unload those pallets and set up our booth so that it looks attractive and displays all of our products. And we hope to attract new retail outlets. And
some trade shows, the reason I ask this question, some trade shows are only open to wholesalers. Are the trade shows that you attend also open to people who actually buy the product from your booth at retail at prices?
Yes, all of the trade shows we attend, you are allowed to purchase from the booth. So people buy individual products. They don't always buy, they buy them for personal use in addition to professional use. It's a variety of people.
So most of the trade shows are open to the public?
I don't know that. I feel like one of the days they are open to the public, and they're usually 3 days long. I'm not sure. Most of them, I think, are supposed to be professional, but it's known that, 20% of the people are not.
And 20% of the people are not what?
Professionals. They just kind of got in with their friend and can't wait to get discounted products.
Now, at these trade shows, from 2006 on, did you show the liter size and the 10-ounce size of your products at those trade shows?
Yes.
And have you ever met anybody from Sally Beauty at any of those trade shows?
Yes.
Who have you met?
Renee Reynolds and Kathy Hollenberg.
All right, and
I'm sorry, and actually the woman that's sitting in the back on that side, she attended a show recently. She attended one of our classes, and she spoke with us and took a syllabus with her.
All right, and could you identify the woman that you're referring to?
The fair-skinned blonde woman sitting next to the left of the gentleman with the straight hair, not the other hair.
I see 2 fair-skinned blonde women.
The one with straight hair, not the one with the bushier hair. The one with straight hair.
In the interest of time, we'll obtain her name later and get that on the record. Let's talk about seeing Ms. Hollenberg and Ms. Reynolds. Approximately when did you first see either Ms. Hollenberg or Ms. Reynolds at a trade show?
I think the first time was, it would probably be late 2005, early 2006, I think was the first time maybe we met him.
And did you meet them together or separately?
Together, my recollection.
Was that at your booth?
Yes.
And did Ms. Hollenberg ever obtain any samples from your booth?
Yes, every time I saw her, she obtained samples and eventually full size and then liters by the end.
How did you know that she was from Sally Beauty?
They introduced themselves as Sally from Sally Beauty, and they were interested in the product. So, you know, Renee would ask me about ingredients and different things.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained. Further? The answer is stricken. Go ahead.
Ms. Hollenberg worked for Sally. Did she tell you she worked for Sally Beauty when she spoke to you?
Maybe not the first time, but I'm sure by the second or third time, yes.
What did Ms. Hollenberg say to you?
Objection, Your Honor. Same objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Regardless of what Ms. Hollenberg said to you, she took liter samples, you said?
Yeah, it's by early 2007 when I saw her, we gave her a liter.
And can you, which liter did you give her?
Liter of leave-in, that was her favorite.
Okay, and can you point out to the jury what you gave her amongst the products sitting to your left?
The last product that she received was the liter of leave-in.
And what exhibit number is that?
That is exhibit 774.
Did she get that for free or did she pay for it?
For free.
And did either Ms. Hollenberg or Ms. Reynolds mention that they were going to make a knockoff of your product?
No.
Hold on. What?
Objection or hearsay? And, Your Honor, it's a pejorative statement. We have a 4-3 objection as well.
The fourth, pejoratives. We're not there on pejorative. Hearsay sustained.
And striking the answer that
The answer will be stricken.
How many times did Ms. Hollenberg obtain samples from you?
She obtained products at least a handful of times, so at least 5 times.
And did she ever buy them?
No.
And how many times did you see Ms. Reynolds at trade shows?
Oh, gosh. I mean, I feel every trade show that we did, that they were there, we saw them. So it was mainly in Atlanta and Vegas. So I believe I would see them probably, and some of those shows were twice a year. I feel like I would see them 3 to 4 times a year since, 2006.
And did Ms. Reynolds ever approach you about the possibility of selling Mixed Chicks products to Sally Beauty?
Yes.
And what did she say?
objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
The director of the company, Your Honor. Not a board of director, but she holds the title of director.
Response?
Your Honor, that's the subject of one of our discussions on the deposition issues. She is not.
Different test.
She is not a director of the company, sir, under the federal rules, such that she is management level responsible.
She's a director of the merchandising division, Your Honor, which is responsible for buying products like Mixed Chicks and stocking products like Mixed Chicks. What department?
She's not actually, Your Honor, the director.
She's the director of the multicultural category, Your Honor.
Director's a title, Your Honor. Sorry, Ken.
Your Honor, the test is different, as Your Honor noted. It's within the scope of her authority at the company to talk to potential sellers of products that they might stock.
I don't see scope of the authority to talk to potential sellers as the test for the admissions exception to the hearsay rule. Help me there.
Well, Your Honor, a party admission is an admission made by an employee of the company or an agent of the company who is making statements that are within the scope of their authority. So, by example, if Ms. Reynolds talked about stock price, probably would not be in the scope of her authority, but if she talks about potentially buying and stocking a product as the director of the multicultural category that is within her authority.
Actually, sir, it's not. She's a mid-level manager that did not make those decisions in the role of her position without senior authority.
Your Honor, I can represent, she can recommend buying things, and that's the scope of authority.
It's just the point, Your Honor, she can recommend, but so can everyone else, or a lot of people at least.
The hearsay objection is sustained.
Now, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
If you wish to take it up at a later time, we might. But when you said recommend, that's where you lost me. Go ahead.
All right. So without telling me what was said, did you speak with Ms. Reynolds?
Yes.
And did you say anything to her in that conversation? Never mind. I withdraw that question. After speaking to Ms. Reynolds, did you speak to another employee of Mixed Chicks?
Yes.
Who was that employee?
Nori Carcieri, I believe that's how you pronounce his last name.
And did he tell you what his job was?
No. I knew what his job was. I don't know his title, but I knew that he was in charge of actually buying products for their ethnic department.
And what did Mr. Carcieri say in your conversation with him?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Response?
He's in charge of buying products for the company, Your Honor. It's in the scope of his authority.
He actually reports to Ms. Reynolds, Your Honor, who we just determined she was not at that level of authority either.
The objection is sustained. Next question.
Did Sally Beauty make an offer to stock Mixed Chicks on the shelves?
They were
Objection,
interested.
Your Honor.
Effect on the hearer and legal effect, Your Honor.
Just a moment. And who would the offer have been made to?
Mixed Chicks.
Not this
product.
witness?
Sorry? Miss Levy.
You didn't say that. You said Mixed Chicks. Who was the offer made to?
Miss Levy as a representative of Mixed Chicks.
The objection's overruled.
All right. Ms. Levy, the question was, did Mr. Carcieri offer to stock Mixed Chicks at Sally Beauty?
Yes.
And without stating the nature of those discussions, were there discussions about that?
Yes.
Did Mixed Chicks make a decision about whether it was going to sell the product around the time those discussions occurred to Sally Beauty?
Yes.
And what was the discussion? Excuse me, what was the decision?
The decision was no at that time until we were a larger company that could actually provide them with the kind of stock that they needed, which was more than would fit in one of our, which was more than what would fit in my garage.
All right, and I want to focus on the reasons you decided not to sell to Sally Beauty at that time. Were there any policies that you understood they had that caused you not to sell to them?
Yes, there were several policies. The main one being that Sally, once they purchased the order, a large order, and we actually delivered it to them, they could decide to return it. And if they were going to order 60,000 units and decided to return it, we wouldn't even be able to house it. We would actually have to purchase a warehouse just to receive their return. They were also able to discount products at their will, and our current retailers had to uphold a certain minimum suggested retail price. So if Sally's were to discount our product, it would damage all of our relationships with our current retailers. Also, when you have over 2,000 retail outlets, you always expect a discount off of wholesale, and they wanted a lot off of wholesale. So it was really a deal that just wasn't smart for us. That deal could have put us under with one return or one discount.
And this was before you had moved to the warehouse. You were still working out of your house at the time? It was before you moved?
Yes.
Now, did you ever consider selling, did the issue of potentially selling to Sally Beauty ever come up again internally at Mixed Chicks?
Yes.
And was there discussion and thought about that at the time that it came up again, without revealing what the discussions were?
It was that we still weren't really large enough.
Let's take it one at a time. So you considered selling to them again?
After the initial no, we had always kept the door open based on my conversation with Nori.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustained, answer stricken.
So the question was, and I'm not asking for what anybody told you or didn't tell you, but at some point did Mixed Chicks, at some point after the first decision not to sell to Sally Beauty, did Mixed Chicks later consider the issue again?
We always kept the consideration open.
And why is it that Mixed Chicks, at least prior to January 1st, 2011, never elected to sell to Sally Beauty?
Because of those same policies I mentioned.
Now, when was the last time prior to the inception of this litigation that you saw Ms. Reynolds? And I'm looking for an approximate date, or even setting it between events.
Spring of 2009, but around there.
And did you have any conversations with her?
No.
Now, how did you learn of the introduction of the mixed silk product?
Sorry. We had several customers.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Not yet. How did you learn?
Why don't you just say the source without describing the communication?
Well, there was a communication. Objection, hearsay sustained.
At some point you learned of the sale of mixed silk?
Yes.
And when did you first see the product? And I'm looking for an approximate date.
End of February 2011.
And what was your reaction to it?
A pit in my stomach. Just felt like my stomach was going to drop. I felt betrayed in a sense because I thought the relationship was still positive and open with Sally's. I also flashed back to seeing Renee and Kathy the last time, and our normal greeting wasn't there. So kind of in retrospect, I flashed back to they knew that they were in the process of creating their mixed chicks.
Speculating as to what these other witnesses.
Sustained. That last sentence is stricken. Next question.
Now, Ms. Levy, does Mixed Chicks have a formally established customer service department?
Not formally.
Does Mixed Chicks have a formally established call center where people field calls from its customers?
It's not formal. It's our office, and Kim and myself field those calls.
And so you field customer service calls?
Yes.
And you also field sales calls?
Yes.
And how do you receive your emails from your customers?
They can email us directly at mixedchicks@aol.com, or they can go to mixedchicks.net to a Contact Us page, and all of those emails filter into mixedchicks@aol.com, and their subject is always contact form submission.
All right. And when you get those submissions from customers, do you have like a call center that's located somewhere else, or people that you employ to review those, or do you review them yourself?
We review each and every one ourselves. And can you take a look at Exhibit 73?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I haven't tried to introduce it yet, Your Honor.
Oh, you excluded it yesterday, Your Honor.
Exhibit 73?
Yes, Your Honor. And I'm sorry, it doesn't appear to be in this notebook.
It doesn't. Put it on the screen if you would.
Only page 1, Your Honor.
Mr. Parker, what was your comment with the talkover?
I'm putting it on the screen, and page 1 only, sorry.
All right, ask a question without revealing the contents of the exhibit.
Ms. Levy, is this a customer service related email?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to move Exhibit 73, page 1 into evidence under the Lahoti case involving communications with sales and customer service personnel regarding the issues we talked about yesterday. And I did not lay good foundation for it yesterday, but I believe I have now under the Lahoti case.
All right, what was my ruling on, I believe, motion in limine number 7?
That this one was not excluded, Your Honor. This is Exhibit 73, page 1. That was your ruling. And you said on the record it went to wait.
We renewed our hearsay objection, Your Honor. We also renewed our 403 objection. And under the Lahoti case, Your Honor, that goes to incidents of what is defined as actual confusion, Your Honor. We submit this as not confusion.
Your Honor, and I apologize. Yesterday I really didn't lay the foundation that I just laid, and so I laid that foundation for a reason today.
What I'd like you to do is give me just a moment, go on to something else, and come back.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Levy, do you pay attention to the sales of your products?
Yes.
And do you pay attention to the sales numbers of your products?
When you say sales numbers?
Well, for example, do you pay attention to what sizes products sell and who they sell to?
Yes.
And have you, not in connection with this case, but prior to this issue coming up regarding the leaders, did you have an understanding from looking at sales numbers as to whether the leader sizes of the Mixed Chicks products are purchased at retail or wholesale prices?
Yes.
And what's your understanding of the ratio of retail purchases of the leader size product versus wholesale purchases of the leader size product?
The ratio, because we have, because I still take phone orders and email orders from our retailers, I definitely have an understanding of the quantity that beauty supplies purchase. So they purchase large quantities of our leaders to resell to the end user. They definitely make up the bulk of leader purchases. There are a few purchases by salons, but salons are much smaller, so they don't purchase as many leaders, and we don't have as many salons as we do beauty supply stores. And on our website, we have a large amount of leaders sold to the end user.
And one thing I forgot to ask about...
So I'm sorry, you did ask me ratio. I would say it's about 20 to 1. I would say about 20 for the end users and maybe 1 to 1 for a salon.
And let's talk about, just briefly, were you involved in developing the formula for the leave-in?
Yes.
And we've heard testimony from Ms. Etheridge that you did not see. Can you describe how many different products you purchased to try to find the ingredient list that you ended up using in your products?
This concoction that was finally used was something that evolved over 30 years. Since I was a little girl, I would mix and match different products. Never one lasting the whole 30 years because products get discontinued so regularly that the formula just kind of evolved. So in the end, I probably had about 8 products that I would mix and match to a certain ratio in an extra tube. You know, you can buy empty bottles, and I would just squirt like, you know, a third of this, a third of that, and then I'd have my shake it up. And then I'd be able to travel with one bottle instead of 8.
And so when you started working with Custom Research Labs, what was the process that you used with them to develop the final formulation of the leave-in conditioner?
Well, I had to, on the 8 existing products that I was using, I had to, you know, go over every single ingredient, get rid of anything that was an overlap. If the 8 products, some of the products contain the same ingredients, I actually used Google. Thank goodness for Google, or it wouldn't even exist. I had to look up every single ingredient that was in each of those products and learn what their function was. I also had to learn which products were the healthiest that I wanted to leave in, and which products maybe weren't so healthy that I wanted to remove from that list of ingredients. So in the end, when I went to work with Custom Research Lab and the chemist, I showed up with a bottle of that concoction that I talked about and a master ingredient deck that I created based on the existing products that I used and the knowledge that I gained from Google. So when you do turn that ingredient deck in, it's in an order of like quantity. So the top ingredient is going to be most plentiful in the product, and the last ingredient is going to be the least plentiful. So that's how they know, you know, anytime you look at the back of any ingredient deck, I'm pretty sure that's how it goes, most plentiful ingredient to the least.
Let me stop you there. How many iterations of the formula, from the inception of trying to perfect the mixed chicks formula, working with the lab, to the settling on the final formula, how many iterations did you go through with the lab delivering back to you samples from your ingredients list?
Approximately 5.
And how long did that take, approximately?
Approximately 9 months.
And then you perfected that leave-in conditioner?
Yes.
And took it to market?
Yes.
Any regrets about going to market with the name Mixed Chicks?
No.
Did you perceive risk associated with that?
Yes.
Now,
Are you changing subjects?
I am, Your Honor.
All right. I was able to put my hands on the motion in limine, and I now recall really the extensive work we put into it internally, and the motion was denied as to Exhibit 73, pages basically 18, 20, and 21. All right?
Yes, Your Honor. And then for the record, those were just base numbers that you gave.
Right.
So 18, which you just mentioned, Your Honor, is page 1 of the trial exhibit.
And you're just seeking page 1?
I am only moving in page 1.
And you're preserving your objection?
Yes, sir, we are preserving our objection.
All right. The motion in limine, let me just say, would have sufficiently preserved, but I don't mind you reiterating. The objection is overruled. Page 1 is in evidence.
What's the exhibit?
Exhibit 73.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 73, page 1, Ms. Levy. And let's look at the date on that, first of all, Mr. Vaughn, for the benefit of the jury. All right. And Ms. Levy, so when was this email received?
9/11/2011.
And can you explain, let's look at the to from. So can you explain to me how, so the subject line says contact form submission, what does that mean?
This would be one of the emails that we would receive, that would filter into Mixed Chicks at AOL after a customer goes to mixedchicks.net. They hit the Contact Us page, and then they write whatever comment they have, and they fill in their information, their address, city, state, zip, and a return email usually. So, I mean, is that what? It basically comes from Contact Us from our website and filters into Mixed Chicks at AOL.
Okay, and then let's look at the next 2 or 3 lines below. What's that information?
Her name, her email address, and her home address or business.
All right, and so this contact form submission, you've seen hundreds or thousands of these come through your system?
At least 100 a day.
Let's take a look at what the message is. And why don't we break that in half, Mr. Vaughn, so the jury can take a good look at it, please. All right, let's read the first half. Can you read that to the jury, please?
Is this company affiliated in any way with a product called Mixed Silk?
And then let's catch the next part of that.
If so, what is the difference?
The difference is down there. All right. So Mixed Chicks received that on or about 9/11/2011?
Yes.
Now, Mixed Chicks you have some apparel, correct, like shirts and hats and things?
Yes.
And has anybody made any comments to you indicating confusion
Your Honor.
when you wear your shirt?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Ms. Levy, has anybody made any statements to you indicating that
Objection, Your Honor.
in their mind they're confused about where your
Your
product?
Honor.
I'd like to get the question out
I
there.
apologize again.
Ms. Levy, has anybody, when you're wearing your shirt, made statements to you that reflect that in their mind they think that your company is affiliated with Mixed Silk?
All right, hold on. Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I do have. I would like to request a sidebar, or I can reserve and talk about it at a break, but I'd have to recall Ms. Levy because I'm almost done with her.
You're almost done with her?
I am.
And are you intending to argue the Lahudi case? What are you intending to argue
I'm intending to argue the Lahudi case, Your Honor.
on the exchange we just had?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, well, work towards the end, and we'll see what we do here. Go ahead.
Ms. Levy, were you also involved in the decision to file this lawsuit?
Yes.
And
Objection, Your Honor. We have a cumulative objection.
All right, I'll let that answer yes come in, but we'll be ready for the next question.
and why?
Objection, Your Honor.
Excuse me, not yet.
Sorry, you said, I thought your question was why. I apologize. Again.
Why did you, first of all, could this lawsuit be filed, could this lawsuit have been filed without the consent of all three principals?
No.
You all three had to decide unanimously to file this lawsuit, is that correct?
Yes.
And because that's the way you work, that's the way the company works, right?
For the most part, yes.
Three, you don't make major decisions for the company without all agreeing.
Your Honor, leading, Your Honor. Objection.
It is leading.
Which decision makers at your company make major decisions?
All three owners.
And why did you personally decide that it was proper to bring this lawsuit?
Objection, Your Honor. Cumulative 403.
And what's the relevance, really?
Your Honor, it's relevant.
It is cumulative, sustained. Are you coming to an end?
I am, yeah.
All right. You know what? We're going to take a break now because we have to do a little work on those depositions. And so it'll be a slightly longer break. Let's come back at 5 minutes to 10. Remember, don't discuss the case. Keep an open mind and don't do any research on the case. Thank you.
All right.
And you may step down, Ms. Levy. Any need to exclude the witness? I don't think so on this discussion.
I don't think so.
Whenever we discuss these things, feel free if you think it makes a difference. Okay, hearsay. Actually, I did want to discuss it with you further. I think the Lahodi decision supports you on this. I went through all my notes on the motion in limine, and many of them were excluded for reasons unrelated to Lahodi, but Lahodi specifically says, according to my notes, Though the customer statements were clearly offered for the truth of the matter, they are permissible under the state of mind exception to the hearsay rule. It is indicating the state of mind of the hearsay declarant. And so that question about what did someone say about the T-shirt, was that what we're at?
Yeah, Your Honor, there's a couple things, and I do appreciate your time, Your Honor. And first of all, I did not mention Lahode yesterday or the motions in limine. I apologize for that, and I really didn't lay the right foundation yesterday.
Okay, well, 73 is already in. Now you're going to something.
We got a couple issues going on. Actually, I think three, and then actually four, which fourth is a procedural issue. One, there's the issue of conversations that have been had, so I need a ruling on that. On the
I think I just gave it to you.
Okay, I got that.
Subject to their argument.
We have an argument, Your Honor, but
let's hear the argument.
Your Honor, we talked about this yesterday as well about disclosures and discovery, and our interrogatory responses on actual proceeding evidence, and there's nothing in there at all about these incidents.
Good point.
Deposition testimony or anything.
My tentative now is with the defense.
Well, I don't know if you want to hear everything at once or you want to take it step by step with the hearsay and then.
We got to proceed efficiently.
Okay.
Hearsay is not an issue for you, counsel. The interrogatory response is.
Your Honor, 26E1A requires supplementation, quote, in a timely manner if the party learns that in some material respect the disclosure or response is incomplete or incorrect, and if the additional or corrective information has not otherwise been known to the other parties during the discovery process or in writing. And the conversations that I'm seeking to ask Ms. Levy about were testified to in depositions, as well as the conversations that I was seeking to elicit from Ms. Etheridge. And there is case law, and Your Honor is aware of the common joke about the people who write Rudder Group not being judges. It's just a bench book. But the Rudder Group does say, Judge.
I spent most of the last month editing civil procedure before trial for the Rudder Group. Go ahead.
Federal court? Well, Your Honor, it is written by judges then, and excuse me, Chapter 11, Section 1245.
This evidence or civil procedure?
This is Rudder Group.
Well, Rudder Group evidence by Jerry Rosen or Rudder Group civil procedure by Whitestaff?
TIF Pro before trial.
Okay.
And it cites that, let me make sure I've got the right site.
Can you pull your mic in?
Yes, I will. I apologize. For example, comma, the identity of a new witness who has not been disclosed in the early disclosure or in answer to an interrogatory may have been made known through deposition testimony, in which event no duty to supplement is required. And then it continues, the duty to supplement imposed by Federal Rule of Civil Procedure 26E1 does not require an application of form over substance. And what I'm seeking to ask about, Your Honor, are conversations that were testified to in deposition. And to be clear, not at the end of the discovery cutoff. I mean, our witnesses were deposed about in the middle of the discovery period. So it's not as if they got some surprise evidence.
This particular conversation about the T-shirt, when did it happen? Before the interrogatories?
I don't know.
Well, that's important. It's not supplement if it happened before the interrogatories and you chose not to reveal it.
Well, Your Honor, first of all, I didn't choose not to reveal anything, just to be very clear. So
that was a pejorative. That came out pejoratively in a way I didn't intend.
Yeah, and Your Honor, I would say that brings in the issue of basically fundamental fairness and whether there's been disclosure. I don't honestly. It probably happened before the interrogatories. I'd have to look. But that doesn't, you interview and you re-interview and you talk to witnesses and perhaps it didn't come up in the interrogatories and she testified to it in her deposition.
Your first answer to the interrogatory, and I'm going from memory now, so don't hold me to the precise thing I'm about to say, but boy, a page and a half of objections first round, then a whole series, a motion to compel, additional time to think about it, additional time to whatever, then a whole bunch of other objections and a very tiny answer, and I think there was sufficient time to give them exactly what they wanted, and I'm emphasizing this is a trademark case. That's the money question. You got to tell them if you know something then. They have a right to know that, we had conversations with people who were confused.
And I apologize, Your Honor. I'm not sure where I went off the track with your perception of high practice, there was no motion to compel. There was a protective order issue. We negotiated a protective order. Both sides withheld discovery.
You didn't go off the track on how you practice. It's a natural conclusion that when there's answers and supplemental answers, it was the result of a motion to compel. But if it wasn't, that's fine.
There was,
but that wasn't the thrust behind my comment. The thrust behind my comment was there was a lot of time spent on that answer, and I think they're required to know if there were conversations. So I'm sticking with my preclusion of this based on the interrogatory answer.
Okay, and
my ruling.
Okay, so third issue, Your Honor, is in Exhibit 73 under Lahoti. I understand Your Honor's motion in limine. We looked at it. There are statements in the other emails that you excluded in your entirety that are state of mind exceptions, and I believe that those emails could be redacted.
I made my ruling, and I'm not sure that my actual ruling reflected all the reasons behind it. You know, some of them were establishing that there wasn't confusion, and some of them had other difficulties. So I've made my ruling, and I don't think it's helpful now to revisit it all. I mean, we spent a lot of time on all of those.
And the fourth issue is I am going to have to make some proffers for the record.
Okay, I also want to hear your arguments about the sidebar you wanted, where you thought they weren't honoring.
Yeah, Your Honor. First of all, we've got an agreement that.
May I just interrupt for 1 second? Look, it is usually the notion that the attorney assigned to the examination is the attorney that argues, but no, I was just going to say, it's an important issue, and within reason, this goes beyond just this witness, and you know, so both sides, I will occasionally give freedom for lots of argument. There you go, rising to the occasion. But
and I will tell you, I grabbed Bob and told him we can't. You know, we made an agreement that we can't be making objections. We made an agreement that we would not make objections that weren't noted, except in unusual or rare circumstances.
Well, it seems to me all of these were noted. If I'm not.
An authenticity objection that wasn't. There was also a cumulative objection, but that's not one that we could have anticipated. We don't know.
Cumulative cannot be anticipated. What's your concern?
Your Honor, my concern is we've had a discussion about documents, and documents that aren't objected to can be moved in. And my second concern, and you know, I'm on a clock. It's my time, and I'm wondering why I'm getting I know I'm not trying to waste your time, but I'm Your Honor, part of this case, a big part of this case, is having the jury understand the dissemination of publicity related to this product.
But for heaven's sakes, you want me to count how many exhibits you have in on that? And I will say, as I said before, 403 has less significance when you're on the clock, but it still has some significance. Okay.
Well, I'd really like to get 763 in, Your Honor, and then I'll.
Okay, you'd really like to get 763 in. Is this what you were going to make a proffer on?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is 763 the one with the third or fourth page has all the beautiful pictures of Halle Berry with different hairdos?
Yes, because it is important. She's wearing her hair differently.
Good. Make the proffer. Because frankly, when that one came up, I thought that one was different than the others.
Yeah, and Your Honor, and I apologize. Perhaps I did them in the wrong order. In fact, I wouldn't say perhaps. I did them in the wrong order, and I apologize for that.
Okay, so tell me why you want this in.
Well, because it shows Miss Berry. It shows a natural hairstyle, second from the left there, a straight hairstyle on the left, and it's really actually one of the better demonstratives to show how mixed race people wear their hair.
Let's be introduced for the truth of the matter, sir.
You know, exactly. That was my concern. I was leaning your way, and then I thought, oh, wow, you need to call Miss Berry. And I'd welcome you to do that. We'd all probably welcome you to do that. But you know, a lot of these, as I'm sustaining the hearsay, I'm thinking, just call the mixed bird person and ask if an offer was made. Ask them what they said. You know, so my rulings are not that draconian. Here, I was about to give it to you, but then I thought, no, you want this precisely for the fact that Ms. Berry said, this is natural texture, this is short style, but people copied it. These extensions were great. I would just wash and go. And I think you need Ms. Berry on the stand to get those kinds of statements. Those are offered to prove. See, you just kind of revealed that this isn't, oh, here's another advertisement with Halle Berry. You said, this is someone telling us what different hairdos are. And that's where it becomes truth of the matter asserted. So you almost had me there, but then I realized that the very thing that you almost had me is the thing where you lost me. It's truth of the matter asserted.
And for the record, to finish my proffer, and
Yes.
I do want to talk to Your Honor about proffers, because I think I'm going to have, I have 3 proffers at the moment. One is 763, and to complete that, I think it's relevant to show the publicity.
Oh,
Right,
I'm
so I've
not,
done that.
relevant to show the publicity.
Yes.
A moment ago you said this is an example of different,
I've made my proffer.
okay?
And I know you're not changing your mind, and I don't want to disrespect your time. The conversations, I can make a proffer at that any time as long as I make sure I get it on the record. I don't need to do that now, but I can make a proffer about Ms. Etheridge's conversations and Ms. Levy's conversations that you have excluded as well.
Concerning offers?
Concerning offers as well as concerning statements of confusion. And then I do need to make Exhibit 73 in its entirety part of the record as a proffer.
Well, I haven't, wait, I told you there were numerous pages of 73 I'm admitting according to the motion in limine.
Well, I've moved in page 1. That's the only one I intend to move in. You have excluded a number of other pages that I'd like to move in, but I understand you're not deviating from your ruling.
As to 73, there were others on 73 that I allowed in, according to the motion in limine.
I understand that, Your Honor. My proffer is to the remaining pages that you excluded.
From what?
Exhibit 73.
Which pages did I exclude from 73?
Every page except pages 1, 3, and 4.
All right.
To clarify, Your Honor, 73 originally had many more pages, and you made determinations on a per
All right, so make your proffer. But before you do that, on this issue of side agreements, it looks like, Mr. Stewart slowed down some of his objections, and I appreciate Mr. Stewart saying, yes, we had an agreement. You've said cumulative comes out of that.
I was a little eager, Your Honor. I apologize.
Okay, so I'm alert to that. Now, go ahead with your proffer.
Okay, Your Honor.
What was the Halle Berry exhibit again?
763, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
My proffer as to Exhibit 73 is as to pages 2, 5, and
Could you give it to me in terms of the date stamps?
I can indeed. 19, ending in 19.
All right, just a moment. That has the statement, I was recently told by a Sally Berry Beauty Supply employee that they would begin carrying your products. Is that true? And my conclusion was because the first sentence of this letter is offered to prove the truth of what it asserts, hearsay applies. The question in the second sentence does not establish sufficient confusion to warrant application of the state of mind exception, and therefore we excluded it. What's your next proffer?
The page ending 22.
All right, the page ending 22. I think 22 did not indicate a lack of confusion, and we're being offered to simply show the products are similar. So that's my ruling on the page ending in 22. Next.
And that's it on the proffers on Exhibit 73, Your Honor.
Okay, good. Anything else?
Your Honor, I would, for the record, proffer other exhibits, but if I understand Your Honor correctly, you've ruled in your motion, limine. I don't need to try to introduce them again on the record.
Correct.
And I will stop there because I don't want to take your time doing that.
Okay. Anything else?
I'm sorry, I do need to make a proffer on Ms. Levy's testimony regarding state of mind statements made to her when she's wearing her shirt, and Ms. Etheridge's conversations that she's had.
Okay, it's based on the interrogatory, so you can talk state of mind, but I think I said you were winning on state of mind.
Okay, and I understand Your Honor's ruling on the interrogatory, but I do need to make a proffer on those as well.
Whatever you wish to do.
Ms. Levy would testify, Your Honor, that she's been approached approximately 20 times by people on the street while wearing a mixed chicks shirt by people who say, I saw your product in Sally Beauty, or congratulating her on selling her product in Sally Beauty. Ms. Etheridge would testify to a conversation with...
Hold on, wait a minute. Just that, now that's different. Hold on. Okay, and you would be offering that on the issue of confusion?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. In other words, it comes under the interrogatory. That's what I was wondering.
Ms. Etheridge would testify that a gentleman named Jared Hudson, a customer who bought product, called her and asked her if she was selling product into Sally Beauty. And that's the proffer of the testimony of those two.
Okay, anything further?
Oh, Your Honor.
All right, now I need you to roll up your sleeves on the deposition transcript of Susan Walker, so we can get that out of the way. I'm going to begin with the short one. I guess this would be the highly confidential portion. And I'm going to turn to page 203, and you asserted a relevancy objection, which is overruled. I do find there's sufficient relevancy to this line of questions. Now, I'd also note, just for the record, if I look at page 203, you know, we have a green one below the blue one, but the objection is in green, which just causes me confusion. But your objection went to the blue portion, and there was no objection there, but you've now made the objection, and I overrule it, with the note that I'm a little confused about why the green portion below has a green objection, but not important. We're moving on.
That was the point I made this morning. It was just an error.
Okay. So then let's go to the large volume. I'm turning to page 23, where there is a blue excerpt, and it says incomplete designation. I don't know what to do with that. If the defense wishes to offer supplemental designations, I'm open to that. That has not been presented to me. The incomplete designation objection, therefore, is overruled. Next, we move to page 61. And the statement is, has anyone expressed to you what Kathy Hollenberg's reaction was to trying the Carol's daughter's product? Answer, I believe she liked them. Objection, hearsay. And I'm inclined to sustain that hearsay objection to lines 9 through 19. Okay, so this is where your videographer needs to jump to. The hearsay objection to lines 9 through 19 is sustained. Next, page 76. All right, that was a green green passage. To be honest, I lost confidence in the green and blue designations, so I started reviewing the greens as well, and I didn't understand the objection. Improper counter not related to mixed chicks designated testimony, but I now am understanding green is not at issue at the moment. Then, turning to page 101.
Your Honor, can I ask for clarification about the green not being an issue? Those are our counter designations, and so if we're going to play the main section, I think the counter designations.
I did not hear that yesterday. I did not hear that yesterday. Now, you can tell me I wasn't listening or something. I heard blue was going to be played, and I heard that you wanted the chance to cross-examine, and I got the distinct impression you were not proposing cross-designations. Did I miss that? See, because I really was struggling last night with your request for putting the witness on for your cross-examination, and I understand that was in the context of otherwise you would be left with nothing. And I'm just telling you, and folks, partly this is because this came to me at 4:35 yesterday, and so maybe there certainly was a miscommunication on what was in the folders and what I was supposed to read, and I read. If you want my ruling on Miss Crump, I read hundreds of pages of Miss Crump last night. What about that?
Well,
are you prepared to put that on? I mean, I just did not get the cross-designation issue yesterday.
Well, Your Honor, I did not raise that, but my understanding was that if their designations are going to be played, then as of right, we get the opportunity to have our cross designations played. And I didn't raise it. That was my understanding, Your Honor. And in fact, we had made a decision last night that we are, based upon your rulings on the counter designations, we're probably unlikely to actually call Ms. Walker in response to the video. If it's played, we'll just let it go and call her in our case.
All right. So yesterday, when you sent me off with my homework yesterday, you expected me to read all the green designations as well.
Your Honor, I understand that the designations go hand in hand. I did not.
No, come on. Of course you've got right to counter designate. The question is, what was the assignment to me? And I thought it was to read the blues because they were going to do theirs and you might call a live witness. I did not. I'm just telling you last night, folks. And again, this is a problem with telling a judge at 4:35 he's got to spend the evening reading depositions. I got no understanding that green was at issue.
Your Honor,
I just didn't.
But you asked us what the designations green and blue were, and we identified them. I understood that you were going to be looking at both of those.
Not fair, folks. It's just not fair. You've got to be clearer when you send me off on a task with hundreds and hundreds of deposition pages. And I just got the distinct impression that your calling of the witness live was because you were not also doing counter designations. Now, how do you propose to do the counter designations?
Well, we would propose that they be played with the original snippets that they get played with.
You think that can be done? You know, my understanding, at least the way it worked 8 years ago when I was doing this, is you can't just call it up. The videographer has to create a separate file of the snippet. I don't know if you can immediately call up at a whim page 17, lines 3 through 12. See, I would spend countless hours the night before working with my videographer to create those snippets. Are you telling me you can snap your finger and simply add that to the playing?
I'm getting a shaking head. No, but Your Honor, we didn't know that we...
Okay, so see, you can't do it. So what do we do now?
Your Honor, I'd like to play, first of all, there was a conversation about this before the trial got moved the last time. And I understood they were going to prepare their counters. We're preparing our designations. That's the way it usually works, although you can have one videographer do them and check them. But that was my understanding of the way it's going to be. And I'd like to play Miss Walker. The Courtney Jones situation, I did not create I apologize. I did create it by telling you about it late, but I didn't. No, the original was lodged by the defendant, and I apologize for sounding frustrated, but I am frustrated. Because my staff didn't mark it, my staff didn't lodge it. I have a whole witness order set up on this whole plan, and it's being derailed by my opposing party's failure to get things to you the way they're supposed to be. So,
yes, but here's where you come into play. When at 4:35 you tell me you're going to read from the depositions today, and you expect me to read everything, and you don't specifically say this deposition consists of 3 volumes, et cetera, I reach, grab a folder. I don't think it's up to me to say, is this folder complete? Are there other things that may not be in this folder? I mean, do I need to do that? I don't think so. All right. So where do we stand?
Well, Your Honor, can I be heard? I mean, I'm concerned about the kind of...
Have I stopped you from being heard?
No,
go ahead.
You haven't, Your Honor. You know, the way we left yesterday, it was unclear whether there would be any cross-examination opportunity, whether it is even possible. And again, my understanding, we talked about the green and the blue. We identified what the objections were, and it was my clear understanding that if, we have the right to counters, and if the blues are going to be played, the idea of the counters is in fairness.
But you can't do it, counsel. I mean, you may not have been. You can't do it. Your videographer says you can't do it.
Well, that's true, Your Honor, but again, this is an issue that's being raised at the last minute. And
by who?
By the plaintiff. Well, I mean, these issues came up yesterday afternoon. And if there's a miscommunication,
okay,
Your Honor,
look, you're asking me to allow you to do something that I just determined you're not able to do. So why are you asking me to do something you can't do?
Well, does your video have only your designation?
again, I'm telling you, this was 7 years ago, and I know electronics has come, but I used to spend late nights working with my videographer to create separate files of each clip that was to be played. And I don't know what the technology is now. So, here's what I can tell you. You may have heard me say 10 minutes ago, I did go through and review all of them. I did review the greens. So, they are reviewed. Partly because there was confusion to me about the coloring system. So that requires us to go back to the last one where, let's go back to 76 where this issue arose. If you have 76 in front of you, it says improper counter not related to mixed chicks designated testimony, okay? So that objection comes up. What am I supposed to do when I'm reading this transcript? How do I rule on that when you're asking me to rule on that? So if you can give me a hint about your objection not related to mixed chicks transcript, I'll make a ruling now on the fly. Tell me, I'll ask the plaintiff, why do you think that is related to your designation? You see, and I must say, I do all of this with the thought in the back of my mind that the question, did you send this email, creates a foundation exception, so which is utterly ridiculous. And so it makes me not want to work real hard on resolving an objection if I have a lack of confidence about whether you really mean it. I mean, I could spend 20 minutes reviewing the designation, see how this relates to the designation, but can you see how at 10 o'clock last night I'm maybe hesitant to do that when someone objects to, is this your email on foundational grounds? So let me just ask the plaintiff, why, what do you think of their argument that this counter declaration is, I guess I'm asking the defendant, why do you believe this counter declaration is required and within the designation of the plaintiff?
They're talking about certain brands, and it's an incomplete thought, and so the rest of it just finishes the thought that relates to what they've got in blue on the page before.
All right, the objection to that will be overruled. Now, we'll move on to page 101. And the objection there says, question is, mixed silk is not the only hair care product sold in the multicultural category at Sally Beauty. And the objection is foundation. That's overruled. The objection is lack of personal knowledge. That's overruled. The objection is relevance. That's overruled. And then it appears, I'm not entirely certain, but it appears the objection dumps over into page 102, line 3. So let's do that. Okay. In the advertisements for those products, there have been photographs of, in some cases, one woman, or in some cases, more than 2 women. Is that correct? Objection, incomplete designation, and then also the previous objection seems to be applying to this. They're all overruled. Then, we have the question on page 117. And there's no, Sally doesn't make a GVP that's compared to mixed chicks, right? The question is relevance. I don't understand the relevance objection. So it's overruled. And I'm going to give you all a chance to review all of my objections, the ones I've sustained, the ones I've objected, and if you want to fight for some of them, you may stand up and do so. Now let's turn to page 120.
Sorry, I stand up now or at the end?
No, at the end. Okay, the incomplete designation on 120 is overruled. And then we have the question, did you or anyone else conduct any search at that time when you were first coming up with names for what became mixed silk to see if there were any existing products with similar names out there before? Lack of personal knowledge. All right, the problem is it does say you or anyone else, and I don't see a sufficient basis for the ability of the witness to talk about anyone else. And so, that question, the objection is sustained. Then we move to page 132. Question, do you have an opinion, or in your opinion, does the model depicted in 93 look like any photos you've seen of Miss Levy? Relevance and 403, that objection is sustained. One person's opinion of similarity in this setting, I don't think is significant. And then, this is the last. It's a little unclear here to see what the objection, this is another problem I have, like on page 142, that objection, is it going to the whole page? Is it going to a particular question? It says foundation. I guess I need to read through all the questions on that page to see if foundation applies. And I'm deciding that I'm going to overrule that objection. All right, so there's been a few times here where I have said sustained. I can review those times if your notes aren't complete. Otherwise, the objections are overruled, and that's the best I can do at this time. Did you get a complete understanding of when I sustained an objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, would anyone like to more specifically address any of my rulings just now?
Your Honor, I'd like to talk about page 132, line 7 to page 132, 11.
Okay, 132, line 7 to page 132, 11. I sustain that. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, there is an issue about intent to pass off.
Okay, good argument. I got it. So, you know what? I agree. But for now, the tentative is with the plaintiff. Because it's not just a random, are these similar? It's the person involved saying there may be similarity. So what's your response?
It relates to advertising that there's no claim over. There's no claim that that advertisement infringes any rights that they have, or that, I mean, this claim is trade dress infringement. They've identified the elements of their trade dress as being specific to the products. What models used in advertising are not at issue in this lawsuit.
Okay, response?
It's an issue of a pattern of creating associations with the product, and it is an issue in this lawsuit. The issues are in evidence about the similarities between the models already, and it is relevant to show the state of mind of Sally Beauty as to their intent to pass this product off and create an association with mixed chicks.
Response?
The intent that's been pled in this case and pursued for the last year and a half relates to the products themselves, the trade dress of the products, the name of the product, not advertising other things that are done. And the claim is that there's intentional copying of the look of their product and the name of their product. There's not a claim that we're copying advertising or that they even have any rights in their advertising.
All right, is the matter submitted?
Yes.
All right, the objection there is overruled. Any others? Anyone wishes to argue?
Not for me, Your Honor.
Your Honor, on 117, there was an objection you overruled relevance that relates to the GVP product.
Yeah, talk to me about that. Maybe I wasn't.
The GVP product is another product line that doesn't have anything to do with this lawsuit. It's a generic value product line that there are no products from that line that are at issue in this case.
Okay, there's been a lot of discussion about this in general, and tell me why you think it's relevant.
Well, we already know this is one of the compared to products, Your Honor, Exhibit 168, that's already in evidence, and they are relevant because the defendants contend that mixed silk is, quote, a comparable to or compared to product, and you saw Mr. Stewart's opening.
That was the reason I made my ruling. That was my understanding. So what about your response to that?
These are, as Mr. Parker said in his opening, generic products. And Mr. Parker himself in his opening distinguished generic products from house brands. House brands are like the So Gorgeous, the So Gorgeous product, like the Big Sexy Hair product over on the side bench. It's a completely different character of product.
Okay.
And I haven't closed, Your Honor.
I'm going to stick with my overruling. Anything further?
Not for me, Your Honor.
All right, hearing nothing, here is an option for you, Mr. Stewart. If you have counter designations, but electronic issues about producing them, you could read them if you wanted. I think under the circumstances, you could put the witness on the stand with the deposition, ask her the questions, and you would get something live. And so that would be a solution. And I would not allow you to interrupt the video, because then the videographer would have to stop and start. But at the conclusion of the video, I would allow you to put your witness on the stand and ask her the questions that you have designated. I have thought further about your request to conduct the full examination of the witness during plaintiff's case, and I'm not inclined to do that. But given the electronic issues, you could put the witness on the stand and ask the designated questions.
All right, Your Honor, and I'm going to check with my technologist now that we've got the final designations just to make certain there isn't any possibility of getting this done.
But you know, actually, if you think about it, what I'm offering might be better.
Well, my concern, Your Honor, is going to be disjointed from the testimony it relates to.
Well, I am, okay, then you have the technical issue of whether your videographer could conform whatever he has for immediately playing interspersed with what the plaintiff has. That might be a little difficult. So I've given you the options, okay? Now, 10-minute break, come back at 10:20, okay? Thanks. Great. You want my ruling on Crump?
I think that would help, Your Honor, and then we can play it tomorrow.
Okay.
The other thing is, if we don't play Ms. Reynolds, there's a slight possibility that I could rest tomorrow. We're also ahead of schedule, and I don't mind telling you it's been a tough week. I think you can see that on my face, and I'm wondering if we could start a little later tomorrow, given that without Ms. Reynolds, that actually is a very long designation that we will not be playing, so we're actually going to move ahead of schedule.
To be honest, okay, on the issue of tomorrow, I am aware of, you know, sometimes people travel, etc. I would like to go from 8 to 12 tomorrow.
That's perfect, Your Honor.
It's an early, you were wanting a later start, but it's an earlier end.
And
I'm thinking just straight through 8 to 12 tomorrow.
And I probably won't rest, so we'll use all the time, and then I'll have very little time on Monday, which is, I've worked the schedule out. It's consistent with the schedule and the time.
Okay.
The parties.
So we'll aim for 8 to 12 tomorrow. Do you want to, actually, why don't we just do this right now for Courtney Jones? No, we don't want to do it for Crump. So are we ready to discuss Crump? I don't want to rush you. You just got surprised with Crump. You want to talk about Crump? Okay, do it. While he's gathering that, let me say that just for the record, because I don't mean to be critical, I've lost confidence about whether we're on the same page. I read one large volume of Crump. Was there anything else I should have read of Crump?
No.
Okay. And by the way, it was in the other folder, which is why I'm asking. Okay, on Crump, I turn first to page 54. And the objection was to 54, 5513 to 5512, and the objection was,
Your Honor, I couldn't hear that page.
I'm sorry, the objection was page 5413 to page 5512. And those objections are overruled. Now I'm turning to page 138, and I realize there are other objections, and they're all overruled. What I'm doing now, they're all overruled unless I speak otherwise. I'm highlighting areas where I had questions. So I'm now on page 138.
Do you want me to call up the horses out there, Judge?
No, we'll be done in just a second. All right, page 138, the objections are overruled. Page 148. What color is the liquid product of the Mixed Self Gentle Cleansing Shampoo? Objection relevance, overruled. Testimony by lay witness, no, they can say what color it is, happens all the time. What color shirt did the defendant wear? Color is there. Lack of personal knowledge, nope, those are all overruled. All right, then we have page 176, and this goes on, the objection goes on to 177, line 9. Did Sally Beauty give RNA any instruction or guidance regarding the fragrance? Yes. You know, it's a hearsay objection. So I guess I have to sustain that. What would be the response? I guess I would sustain the hearsay objection. But these are being offered by the defense as counter designations. Am I right on that?
Just a second, Your Honor.
What? All right, this is taking too long. I tried to get this in. Jury has to come out. Sorry. What's that?
One more issue you asked me to raise again today before the deposition was played, and that is an instruction about the fact that it's being played even though she's sitting here.
I'll do that.
All right. You didn't come to order. This court is again in session.
All right, folks, sorry that took longer than we anticipated. There were a lot of interesting and fascinating issues we had to deal with, so I apologize to you. I don't like keeping you waiting out there, but at least the clock still ticks, so we're still on schedule, and please go ahead with your cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Ms. Levy-Kai, do you prefer Ms. Kai or Ms. Levy-Kai?
Whatever you prefer.
Okay. Now, Ms. Kai, you testified earlier that numerous people from Sally Beauty obtained samples of your products at trade shows, correct?
Yes,
And you gave them to them, right? They didn't, like, steal them or take them improperly?
correct.
And after you were approached by Sally Beauty, you were actually excited about the potential opportunity at some point in the future to do business with Sally Beauty. Is that right?
Yes,
I think you also talked briefly about the list of ingredients and the effort you put in to come up with an ingredient deck in your work with your manufacturer, right?
yes,
Now, there's not a claim in this case that Sally Beauty stole the ingredients or misappropriated the ingredients of your products.
You're asking me, is it a claim in this case, or did they?
You're not asserting as a legal claim in this case that Sally Beauty misappropriated an ingredient list, are you?
Calls for a legal conclusion, Your Honor.
Overruled? Well, wait a minute. It's just whether she's asserting it. So the objection's overruled. You may answer.
Although their ingredients are very similar, it's not part of this case.
So you're not asserting a claim over the ingredients?
I don't know legal jargon.
But is your understanding that Mixed Chicks is not asserting a legal claim over the ingredients? Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Now, you also talked briefly about your adoption, the company's adoption of the term Mixed Chicks, that you were proud of that, correct?
Correct.
Now, you're also aware of a number of other companies that use the term mixed for hair care and beauty care products, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to read into the record Plaintiff Mixed Chicks' response to interrogatory number 4. It's been marked as Exhibit 56. We're not introducing the exhibit. We'd like to read into the record, read into the evidence, Mixed Chicks' response.
And plaintiff's response?
Your Honor, this is outside the scope of the direct, and I'm willing to waive that objection as long as Ms. Levy is not recalled in their case in chief.
Are you going to call Ms. Levy in your case in chief?
No intention, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Yes. May I approach
Yes.
you, Your Honor? Ms. Levy, I've handed you what's been marked as Exhibit 56, but it is Plaintiff Mixed Chicks' responses to Sally Beauty's Supply LLC's interrogatory set number 1. Do you see that on the cover page?
Set number. I don't see the word set number 1. I'm sorry. Yes, I do. Yes. Yes.
Now, you've seen this document before?
Yes.
In fact, on the second to last hand page, where there's a verification, that is your signature that you signed this document?
Yes.
Now I'd like to return your attention to page 5 of this exhibit, please. And at the bottom, where it starts interrogatory number 4, do you see that?
Yes.
Could you read that sentence for me, please?
Aloud?
Yes, please.
Identify all third parties you are aware of that use or have used at any time the term mixed in a trademark, service mark, trade name, or domain name in connection with any hair care or beauty products.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lee. And could you turn to the next page?
Mm-hmm.
And you see, beginning the second paragraph, which is Mixed Chicks' response to that question. Do you see that?
The objection?
The second paragraph begins the response, the substantive response to that question. Do you see that?
Yes.
Could you read that paragraph? I know it's lengthy, but if you could read that paragraph, please.
Strength of Nature, LLC, mixed and beautiful, mixed and natural, mixed texture. Melanie Klingsporn, Lemani's Mix. JF Labs Incorporated, Mixed Beauty. Spirit Wholesale, LLC, Mix of Lux. Design AS Private Limited Company, Designers Mix. I don't know how to, bourgeois, action, something in French. Healthy Mix. Oleum Vitae, Mixtum Athenae. Madame Terry D. Gunsberg, Mixity. Laboratories Rebus, SRL Corporation, Silicone Mix. Color Revolution Incorporated, The Mixer. Avon Products Incorporated, Mix Me. Fenna Cosmetics Incorporated, Mineral Mix. L'Oreal USA Creative, Mix Masters, Mix and Shine. Carol Singer Enterprises, Mixed Emotions. Mixture LLC, Mixture. Beauty Holding LLC, Mixed Silk. Spartan Brands Incorporated, Mixed and Fix. Continental Fragrances Ltd, iMix. Sharon K. Christie, Mixology. Soul Mix Cosmetics Ltd., Mixed Use Cosmetica Professional, Unilever PLC.
Can you slow down? Cosmetics Ltd. and then what's the next one?
Okay, it said Soul Mix Cosmeticos Ltd., Mixed Use Cosmetica Professional.
Okay.
Unilever PLC, TIGI Color Mixmaster. Gap Apparel LLC, Mixed. Natura Cosmeticos, S/A, Natura Mixed Plant. Framizi SRL, Mixed Color. The following brands of hair or beauty products also have used the term mixed in their trademarks, service marks, trade names, and or domain names. Mixed Roots and For Mixed Hair. In addition, Mixed Chicks is presently unaware of the companies which use the term mixed in a trademark, service mark, trade name, or domain name in connection with any hair care or beauty products for the following marks: Mixie Mix and Mix. Discovery is...
You can finish the sentence, ma'am. Next page, I'm sorry. You just want to finish the sentence. The top of the page, the very top of the...
The very top of the next page has the word continuing.
Thank you, Ms. Levy.
Okay?
Now, you also talked briefly that in your role with the company, you follow the company's business, you follow its sales, you follow the market, you go to these trade shows, you're very active in the market. Is that correct?
Yes?
And in that...
Counsel, can I have you pull your mic
Oh.
towards you? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Sorry. So in that, you observe the various competitors that Mixed Chicks has in the market, correct?
I see them.
And you're aware that the company has numerous competitors, for example, like Weedad, Diva Curl, Carol's Daughter, Miss Jessie's, Curls, Kinky Curly, amongst others?
I'd agree with a few of those as being competitors.
Would you agree with all of them?
No.
Could you pull up designation, depot designation, WL06, please? Yes, it's page 94, line 1 through 7. We'd like to show you copies of deposition transcript. Direct your attention to the top left page.
Okay.
And specifically direct your attention, to, again, to page 94, line 1 through 7. Barrett, please.
Who are your competitors?
Products that are targeted towards curly hair would be our competitors.
Can you identify some by brand name?
Sure. Weedad, Diva Curl, Carol's Daughter, Miss Jessie's, Curl, Kinky Curly, Mixed Silk. That's what I can think of right now.
In looking at that, Ms. Levy, does that refresh your memory that that was your actual testimony?
I really believe that I heard another one that wasn't on this list when you just read something off. Are those the exact ones that you read off, or did you add one or two in?
I believe I read it exactly, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I really thought I heard another one that I wouldn't consider a competitor.
Okay. But you have other competitors other than that list, right? Like Mixed Roots and some of the others we were reading just a minute ago in the record when you were reading from the interrogatories, right?
Perhaps that's
Objection,
what through.
objection compound, Your Honor.
Stay.
Back up for a second, Ms. Levy. I apologize. That is a list of your competitors, correct?
Correct.
That's not a complete list of your competitors, is that correct?
I'd assume.
No more, Your Honor. Thank you. Ms. May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yep.
Ms. Levy, can you look at Exhibit 56, page 5 again? And it looks like you don't have it in front of you. So we'll pull that right up on the monitor for you. And maybe you do have it up there. This was the interrogatory response with the big black pages on it?
Yeah.
Okay. Take a look at page 5, would you please, Ms. Levy?
Okay.
The question, can you read the question that they asked in interrogatory number 4?
To identify all third parties? That one?
Yes.
Identify all third parties you are aware of that use or have used at any time the term mixed in a trademark, service mark, trade name, or domain name in connection with any hair care or beauty product.
Okay, so the question was that use or have used at any time, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to move Exhibit 56 into evidence. No, Your Honor.
56 is in evidence.
And since the question was, and first of all, did you review interrogatory responses?
Yes.
That were made for mixed chicks?
Yes.
And were they created both by research of your attorneys as well as by research of the mixed chicks principles?
Yes.
And did you do your best to respond to the questions asked in the interrogatories?
Yes.
There was a list of competitors that Mr. Lee just read off to you, and then he played some of your deposition. Are some of the companies that he named in that list what you would call wobblers as far as being competitors? In other words, they might be competitive in some sense, but not be competitive in some sense and be competitive in another sense?
Objection, Your Honor. Compound.
That's fair, Your Honor. I withdraw the question, Your Honor. Why, when you misheard the list that he read, what competitor were you thinking that he inserted in that list, by the way?
I think it's because I read, when he had me read aloud the long paragraph, there were so many names thrown out there of hair products that even though they had the word mix in there, it wasn't referring to race. It was just like an actual mixing of a product. So as I read that, and then he read another list of so-called competitors, I don't feel like that entire paragraph I read and that list are all competitors.
Right. Now, but to be clear, that the ones you testified to in your deposition, you do believe are competitors.
In the marketplace, yes, but they don't target the same naturally curly hair that we target.
Is there overlap in to some extent?
Yes.
With those competitors?
Yes, there is overlap.
And then, for the record, you and Mr. Kaya and Ms. Etheridge sometimes differ personally on how you define the competitors.
Yes.
All right. Mr. Lee asked you if you gave the products to the Sally Beauty people, and you said that you did. My question is, did they ask for them?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Open the door, Your Honor.
Open the door in response to hearsay.
Your Honor, he asked whether they bought them or she gave them away. The relevance of the question is, did she thrust them upon them or did they ask for them?
Just a moment. Response?
Your Honor, I believe that question can be answered without a hearsay statement. The question itself calls for hearsay.
Rephrase the question.
Why did you give them to them? Thank you, Your Honor.
Yep.
I didn't even hear an answer, Your Honor. Was there an answer?
Oh.
We gave them to them in hopes they were interested in the product. They asked for them, and we gave them to them in hopes that Sally's would be interested in retailing our products. Initially, that's why we gave them to them.
Your Honor, again, it's hearsay.
Overruled.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any further questions?
No, Your Honor.
You may sit down. All right.
Morning, Your Honor.
Oops, thank you.
I'll take it from you, Your Honor, if you'd like me to approach.
Oh, sure. No, that's right. Thank you for the convenience of that, Mr. Lee. It was very helpful. All right, plaintiff, call the next witness.
Your Honor, pursuant to Rule 32A3, we would like to play portions of the video deposition transcript of Susan Walker, taken on February 8th, 2012. Ms. Walker is the vice president, and was the vice president of the marketing department.
Your Honor, that's fine.
That is true. And you may play the deposition.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Now, the occasionally, let's see, how can I put this? While people are getting ready for trial, they take depositions where you sit down and ask them questions and maybe have a video of it. So, such a deposition was taken, and plaintiff has the right to play that deposition. Now, you might note that the person in the deposition is sitting in the courtroom, and that's okay too, and plaintiff does have the right to play this deposition even though the witness is here. So with that.
When did you first start working with Sally Beauty Supply?
May the 2nd, 1982.
And what's your current job title?
Vice President Marketing.
How long have you been the Vice President of Marketing?
I believe since 92 or 93.
Okay, so then the different categories that I've talked to some other witnesses that we've deposed, such as multicultural, nail, general hair care, that kind of stuff, is that's also in the merchandising department, correct?
Correct.
But it's not under marketing product development?
We develop products for all those categories.
Okay. Including the multicultural category, correct?
Correct.
And is that sometimes referred to as the ethnic category?
Sometimes.
Sally Beauty does sell products targeted to mixed-race individuals, right? You just said that's what the multicultural category does.
It's something we've always done from what I can remember, yes.
So even when you started in 1992 or 1993, Sally Beauty had products targeted to mixed-race individuals?
Well, we didn't say they were mixed race. They were products that could be used on their hair type, yes.
Okay, but certainly if someone has a particular kind of hair, they could use it. But what I'm asking is, when did someone first come up with the notion of selling products at Sally Beauty Supply specifically targeted to that racial demographic?
I'm not sure.
Do you know what the first product was that was targeted to mixed-race persons or multicultural persons?
Probably Silk Elements, Mega Silk.
Okay, how were you involved in the development of the mixed silk products?
As reviewing what?
Depending on what was being discussed, you may have offered input or comments or suggestions, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately, various aspects of the development had to be approved by you, correct?
Yes.
And various aspects were approved by you, correct? Okay. And were you involved in marketing or advertising of the mixed silk products?
Yes, yes.
Currently at Sally Beauty Supply, who do you report to directly?
C. Davidson.
Okay, what's Ms. Davidson's position at the company?
Senior Vice President Merchandising.
And who does Ms. Davidson report to directly?
Mike Spinozzi.
Prior to the commencement of this litigation, do you know if anyone at Sally Beauty in the merchandising department has obtained any of the Mixed Chicks products from anywhere?
Yes.
Okay, who did?
I believe Britt had them.
And so at some point in the development of what became the mixed silk products, the decision was made to create a line that
It could be like a sundry type item that is already developed, and we just put our brand on it.
Okay. Are Proclaim and Silk Elements examples of private label brands?
Yes.
Do you know what a generic value product is at Sally Beauty?
We have a brand called Generic Value Products.
Is that also known as GVP?
Yeah, the irons are known as GVP. And
what is a generic value product, or GVP?
it's a brand that we have at Sally Beauty Supply.
And in what way is that brand different from any other brands at Sally Beauty? What's unique about that brand?
It's a compare-to brand.
And what do the products look like?
Typically, the liquids are white bottles or jars, black ink with a color designation on them.
And those products all say compared to a brand name product, correct?
Yes.
So meant to sort of be generic, lower priced alternatives?
Yes.
And in the last few years, what would you say is the reputation of the Silk Elements line?
I would say it's been very good.
Is it considered a classy line?
I would say so.
Sophisticated? I have the final proof of the Pro Flyer that appeared in Exhibit 10.
That's what it says.
Do you have any reason to believe it's not?
No.
Okay. Did you review and approve this final proof?
I get my own final proof, yes.
What do you mean your own final proof?
I mean, I get my own copy of the final proof, so if I don't have any changes, if I have changes, I would mark my copy and give it to the advertising coordinator.
And there's no, Sally doesn't make a GVP that's compared to mixed chicks, right?
No.
But what was Sally Beauty trying to achieve with the name when they were coming up with names for that line of products?
One that fits the product line.
Do you remember if you proposed any names?
Mixed silk.
But I want to know if you or anyone other than attorneys conducted any search that you're aware of to see if there were any existing product names out there that have similar names to what you guys were considering.
Mixed Chicks has a similar name. They use the word mixed.
And you were aware of that at the
Yes.
time? Okay. Ms. Walker, if you could review Exhibit 100 and let me know if you've ever seen it before.
Yes.
And is this an email that you received from Britt Truong on or about August 4th, 2009?
Yes.
And as you see in the email, Ms. Truong says, do we want the mixed chicks line under Silk Elements or brand by itself? And at that time, first of all, was this before Sally Beauty had settled on the name Mixed Silk?
Refer to it in this email.
Other than in this email, was it commonly referred to internally as the Mixed Chicks line?
I don't remember specifically.
So
We may have.
And Dawn Watkins' design was tasked with designing the logo for the Mixed Silk products, right?
I believe so.
Have you seen either of these emails in Exhibit 93 before?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion, or in your opinion, does the model depicted in Exhibit 93 look like any photos you've seen of Ms. Levy?
I would say that there's some similarities there. They have, curly hair and mixed race skin. Yes.
Okay. So when was the decision made to call this Mixed Silk shampoo a gentle cleansing shampoo?
I don't know.
Do you know whose decision that was?
No. Probably Britt.
And do you know why Britt decided to call it that?
No. No, I don't believe so, no. No.
In selecting bottles for products in the Silk Elements line, was it the goal of Sally Beauty to try to maintain some consistency?
In general, yes. But, sometimes we make exceptions. We have Silk and Charm, which was introduced when the line was introduced, and it looks nothing like the rest of the line because it's, a different target market. Caramel doesn't look like the main Silk Elements line.
Why was a pump used for the mixed silk shampoo and leave-in conditioner?
It was a PET bottle, so that could have been some of the reason why. Pump adds a value to it, to a shampoo.
Why?
Because they're expensive.
That's something the customers typically prefer.
Well, they like to be able to get the product out easily. If you have a PET bottle, you can easily turn it upside down and dispense it out of a disc cap. The PET bottle is generally more rigid and a little bit harder to dispense that way.
I'm sorry, is it PET?
PET.
And so if mixed silk wasn't intended to be any more or less sort of classy than any of the other products in the Silk Elements line, why hadn't Sally ever used PET or pump for any of the other products in the Silk Elements line?
And no particular reason. We use them on conditioners from time to time.
But not in the multicultural category?
Yeah, if the conditioner requires it, it needs to be pumped out.
Okay. Any Silk Elements products that have a pump other than mixed silk?
I'm not sure.
Have you heard anyone discuss why Britt chose the color she did for those liquid products of the mixed silk line?
I would imagine because there might be some similarities to the mixed chicks, so it would make the customer be able to make a correlation between the two, if they were similar type products. I believe the mixed chicks shampoo is actually orange, so. Not specifically, no. I mean, we would look at the package and so forth. If I didn't like them, I would say, and give her the reason why I didn't like it, but.
And then, was it the goal of Sally Beauty for, customers to make a mental association between the mixed silk products and the mixed chicks products by looking at them? There could be that association, yes. They don't look anything like the mixed chicks products, but. You don't think they look anything alike?
No. Well, this one is similar color, but this one is not.
The one for the record, the one you said is similar to the leave-in conditioning cream?
Yeah, I believe so.
And you think the gentle cleansing shampoo mixed silk doesn't look anything like any of the mixed chicks products?
The packages don't look anything like it, but yes, we were comparing it to mixed chicks, so there's going to be some reference there.
Okay. The point is you wanted the mixed silk products to look like the mixed chicks products?
No.
At least somewhat, correct?
There'd be some correlation there.
The mixed chicks is popular?
It seems that way.
Can you quantify how often the phrase compared to mixed chicks is used in advertising of the mixed silk products?
No.
Like, for example, percentage of advertising vehicles in which that phrase is used?
No.
It's not used in every ad, though.
I don't think it's been used recently.
Okay. Do you know when the phrase compared to used in more than 50% of the advertising vehicles for mixed silk?
No, I don't.
And there are other brands in Sally Beauty, private label or control brands that are marketed as compared to national brands, correct?
Sometimes yes.
Okay. Can you think of any examples?
So Gorgeous.
So what's that compared to?
Compared to Big Sexy Hair. There's some of those brands that use comparisons. Body Max to Balloon, Bioterra to Biowash. Yes. Bioterra to Biolage. And of course the GDP brands.
And then does the product need to look like a name brand to be a comparative product?
No.
Okay.
With the initial launch.
Okay, what was that problem?
The leave-in treatment, one of the ingredients didn't dissolve totally, and it would leave the hair some flakes on the hair if the hair was really dark.
Okay, Ms. Walker, do you recognize Exhibit 104?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's an excerpt from our monthly promotional plan. It says April 2011 on the top.
Estimated units total for the month, or as a result of these advertising vehicles?
No, for the promotion.
Okay. GP percentage gross profit?
Yes.
That's the end of the question on for client. What next?
All right, Your Honor. We are going to, as asked Ms. Walker to take the stand, there was portions of the transcript that we had counter-designated to that, and we would like to call Ms. Walker to the stand. We will do a question and answer session where I will ask her the questions that she was asked by Mr. Wexler in the deposition, and I will have Ms. Walker read back her answers.
Ms. Walker, you may walk through the middle here.
And I tell you what, Ms. Walker, I'm going to hand you these two to take up with you.
Okay, so what we're doing now is, in that deposition, the defense asked Ms. Walker some questions, and it's on the video, but instead of putting it on the video, we're just going to read back what was said. So I don't have to swear in Ms. Walker. I'll just say, you remember at the deposition, you were under oath, right? Ms. Walker?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So she's going to be reading from the deposition.
So we're going to do a little exercise here, Ms. Walker. And actually, these are questions not that I asked, but Mr. Wexler asked, and these were your answers to his questions during the deposition. But because there was more to your deposition than was played in the little snippets that the plaintiff played for you, we're going to read a little bit more from your deposition right now. So what we're going to do is this. We're going to skip through a little bit. What you might want to do, we're going to start with that big binder, and you might want to take the binder clip off of it. And what I'm going to have you do is first go to page 16. And again, we're just going to be reading little snippets. So what we'll do, I will read the question, you'll read the answer, and it's important that you read it exactly as it's written here. And when I get to the answer, just read the answer, but don't go any further, okay?
Okay.
All right, so we're going to start on page 16, line 13. Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Question. Is there a particular target market or demographic for the products sold under the multicultural or ethnic category? Answer.
African American or any other multicultural group with similar hair types.
Question. Are products sold under that category also targeted to persons of any race with certain hair types? Answer.
Yes.
We're going to skip to page 58 now. And just as the video kind of skipped around, so are we.
Okay.
Now, some of these, because they're snippets that were responses to what you were asked in the deposition that were played in the video, I need to read a little bit of what was played in the video also to give context to your response. So we're going to start page 58, line 4. Question. Prior to the commencement of this litigation, do you know if anyone at Sally Beauty in the merchandising department has obtained any of the Mixed Chicks products from anywhere? Answer.
Yes.
Question. Okay. Who did? Answer.
I believe Britt had them.
Question. And do you know where Britt obtained them? Answer.
No, I don't.
Question. Do you know which Mixed Chicks products Britt had? Answer.
I'm not sure. I know she had shampoo, possibly one or two of the conditioners.
Question. Do you remember, was it a tall bottle or a white jar, the conditioner? And we're going to skip down now to your answer, which is line 24.
The shampoo was in a square squat jar, and I believe she had one of the jars of conditioner. Yes.
Question. Okay. Answer.
Yes.
Question.
So the shampoo was the 10-ounce size. Answer?
I believe it was a 10-ounce, yes.
Question, okay. And did Britt physically show you the products after she obtained them? Answer.
I mean, she showed them to me after she obtained them.
All right, we're going to skip ahead now to page 117. Line 21, question, do you know why Sally didn't decide to make a GVP compared to mixed chicks? Answer?
I would think it was because we don't have any other ethnic or multicultural for compared to brands in GVP.
All right, we'll move to page 119.
Okay.
I'm going to start on line 3. Question, what was Sally Beauty trying to achieve with the name when they were coming up with names for that line of products? Answer?
One that fit the product line.
Question, in what way? Answer?
That would denote what the product was for or what it should be used for.
Question, and specifically what? Answer?
Mixed races, yes.
All right. Move to page 120. Question. Okay, so you said that the silk conveys that it's part of silk elements. And did you have anything more to say about that? Answer?
I'm sorry, I'm lost.
Yeah, I'm sure I may not have told you where to start. We're on 12, and now we're on your answer on line 15. Page 120, line 15.
Mixed, conveying that it's for mixed races.
Question, okay. And that's a descriptive expression, correct? Answer?
Right.
Move to page 123. And I'm going to start on line 4. Question, do you remember responding to Ms. Truong's question? Answer, yes. I'm sorry, I gave you your answer. Answer.
Yes.
Getting ahead of myself. Question, what did you say? Answer.
I told her it should be under Silk Elements.
Question, why? Answer.
Because Silk Elements is a major brand for us, and it was the perfect umbrella for it. And we had not been successful in launching other brands by themselves in the multicultural ethnic arena.
We'll move forward to page 131.
Okay.
And we're down on line 24. You were being asked questions about Exhibit 93. Question, do you have an opinion as to whether the model depicted in Exhibit 93 looks like Ms. Levy? Answer.
No.
Question, do you have an opinion as to whether the model depicted in? Answer.
I'm sorry, no, she doesn't.
Page 139.
Okay.
Line 8. Question, okay, are there any shampoos sold by Sally Beauty called gentle cleansing shampoos? Answer.
We've had some. We had a balanced cleansing shampoo. We had a deep cleansing shampoo, or we still do. And branded, I'm not sure. I'm sure there's some with similar type names.
We're going to skip down now on that page to line 20. Question, are there any deep conditioners sold by Sally Beauty called nourishing deep conditioners? Answer.
I don't know. By that particular name, no. Nourishing is used on, I believe, on quite a few items. Deep conditioner, yeah, a lot.
Continue to the top of the next page. Question, so nourishing is used in connection with a lot of conditioners. Answer?
Yes.
All right, we're done with the big binder, and we're almost done. So you've got a smaller binder with you. I'm going to ask you to turn to page 203.
Okay.
This is in response to some questions about the manufacturing problem that was played in the clip. Page 203, line 12. Question, what did Sally Beauty do about it? Answer?
We took the product off the shelf and, of course, contacted the manufacturer. And the manufacturer took back any stock in our warehouse. And, you know, we disposed of what was in the stores. And they produced a good batch for us, which was, they were able to get it to us in time for our launch.
Now, page 204, line 1. Question, any other consumer complaints regarding quality problems or performance issues of the mixed silk products that you're aware of? Answer?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Thank you, Ms. Walker.
All right. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Parker.
Yes, Your Honor.
Would the plaintiff now like to call our next witness?
Would, Your Honor, we would call Britt Truong, Your Honor.
Please, would you gather, you can step down.
I was looking at this. I didn't know that. Right.
Sorry to leave you without that. You can just put it on the table.
I was looking at this, and I went, as a trade name.
So
Yeah, it is.
you're not calling again? Well, this week because you're, in fact, you can't because she was that's not okay. Right.
Good one. That's funny. Hey. Nourishing. Right, I don't put that in. Depends on how fast they talk. Depends on how fast they talk.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Thank you. So be seated, please.
Your Honor, may Mr. Wexler approach and remove those products from the ledge, moving along.
And if you'll please state and spell your first and last name.
My name is Britt Truong, B-R-I-T-T-T-R-U-O-N-G.
Thank you.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Good morning, Ms. Truong.
Good morning.
We haven't met, but my colleague, Mr. Wexler, who was just clearing the ledge there, took your deposition. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you used to work at Sally Beauty, correct?
I did, yes.
And I understand that you started there around 2003, right?
Yes.
And I understand you moved to San Francisco due to your husband taking a different job?
Yes.
And when was that? When did you leave Sally Beauty?
I left around mid-December in Sally Beauty.
December of 2011?
Yes, that's correct.
And what are you doing now? Are you working in San Francisco?
No, I'm currently not. I'm making a career change. I'm going back to school to be a nurse, and I do volunteer work in my free time.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And you remain on good terms with Sally Beauty?
Yes.
And do you remain friends with some people at the company?
Yes, I still have some coworker friends.
And have you, since you've left, have you talked to any of your friends at Sally Beauty?
Yes,
And have you met with Sally Beauty's attorneys to prepare for this testimony?
Yes.
How long did you meet with them?
A few hours last week.
And were you paid for that time?
No.
And are you being paid for your time testifying today?
No.
Has Sally Beauty covered your travel expenses?
Yeah.
I noticed you already have a degree in business administration, correct?
That's correct.
All right, let's turn back to your job at Sally Beauty. You were the brand manager within the merchandising department, or a brand manager within the merchandising department, rather?
Yeah.
And I want to focus on the 2009 through 2011 time frame. The category that you handled was called the multicultural hair care and extensions category.
Yes.
And what is multicultural? Well, how would you describe multicultural hair care?
I would say it's the hair care products designed primarily for African American women or women of multi-ethnic heritage. But anyone may use the products also.
All right. The products that serve that market segment include a product called Redken.
No, it's not.
So you're in charge of developing new products for Sally Beauty?
Private label products.
Okay. And in 2010 and early 2011, there were no other brand managers in that multicultural category.
There's an assistant brand manager.
Who was that?
Courtney Jones.
And did she report to you?
Yes, and Renee Reynolds and Susan Walker.
She had a dual reporting, triple reporting relationship?
You could say that, yes.
Now, you reported to Renee Reynolds and Susan Walker, correct?
Yes.
And they okay the creation of a new product?
Yeah.
Does Miss Reynolds, did Miss Reynolds, when you were there, make decisions about buying new products from manufacturers?
Yes.
And Miss Walker was the VP of marketing when you were working there, correct?
Yes.
And Miss Reynolds was the director of multicultural merchandising when you were there?
Yes.
Let's talk about, in light of the coming lunch hour, I am going to switch up a bit.
We will be breaking at 1:45 today.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just trying to make it
Understood.
sensible. Now, you were involved in advertising within that multicultural category, correct?
Yes.
And did you review and approve advertisements for multicultural products?
Yes.
And Ms. Owen would follow your direction in creating those advertisements, right?
No, not necessarily. Their responsibility is the overall look of the ad. I can make suggestions, but they do make the final decision. Or Susan Walker also.
Right, who makes you review advertisements, correct?
Yes, but if I don't,
We'll take it one step at a time. You review advertisements, correct? And you have the ability to veto.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you have the ability? You have the ability to veto or change an advertisement, correct?
Yes.
Right. And but you don't have the sole authority to send the advertisement out. Is that right?
Yes.
Right. And in fact, does anybody in Sally Beauty have the sole authority to send an advertisement out?
Yes. Yes.
Who's that?
Susan Walker, or VP of the department, the merchandising department also.
All right. And does Ms. Reynolds also sign off on advertising?
Yes.
All right. Now, and I mentioned Ms. Owen, and I don't think her name has really come up. Was Edie Owen an employee in your company?
Yes.
And did she do the creative creation of some of the advertising?
I believe so. I don't know her exact details of her role, or her job, what she does, but yeah, she does creative and advertising.
Take a look at Exhibit 4, which I'm going to have pulled up on your screen, and it is also in the binder that is in front of you.
not on the screen. Okay, let's go with the binder.
Is it Owens?
It's not on the screen? No,
It's not on the screen.
Is the name Owens with an S or Owen with straight up?
OS.
Okay.
All right. What is Exhibit 4? It's on the screen, and it's also in that big binder that I think is to your left.
This is like a cover sheet to a proof or a flyer, a second proof for the flyer.
Okay. And there's a bunch of names and lines on this document. What is the significance of the names and lines?
The names on the top here, is that showing on it?
Well, these it this way. Let's call them out right now. So we're going to grab the top line, the advertising line, and some of those lines and spaces and make them bigger so the jury can see them. And in fact, cut those in half, please, Mr. Vaughn. I always forget these. Flat screens are far away.
Follow past practice. You move its admission.
Yes, Your Honor, and we will be catching up with that. We decided to move admission in clumps to try to speed things along. It's an agreement that we've reached.
Okay. We'll see if it works on my end because
I apologize, Your Honor. I move Exhibit 4 into evidence.
It's in.
Now, Ms. Truong, are these lines where people have to sign off on the advertisement?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Let's take a look at page 2 of Exhibit 4. And can you look at the right-hand side of that exhibit? All right. And is this a draft advertisement for the new mixed silk?
Yes, that's correct.
And there's two blocks at the top on the ladies' pictures at the top, and Mr. Vaughn will make them bigger for everyone's benefit. These were the original pictures put at least in the proof, and then there's a little block that says Need Art, correct?
Yes.
And turning back to the first page, oh, I'm sorry. Stay on page 2, please, Mr. Vaughn. Stating the obvious, are at least the beginnings of the mixed silk products depicted there?
Yes, the mixed silk products, yes.
Okay. And then the logo mixed silk is on there?
Yes, that's
at
correct.
The top there? All right. And going back to page 1, down at the bottom, if you can call it that one signature on the left-hand side, Mr. Vaughn. Who has signed off on this proof?
Where Mike Spinozzi's name is, that were you looking at? Mike Spinozzi.
So Mr. Spinozzi has signed off?
Yeah, that's his signature, I'm assuming, yeah.
Well, do you recognize the signature?
Well, I don't look at a lot of documents with Mr. Spinozzi's name, initials on it, so I don't recognize it. If it's on there, I'm assuming it's his initials.
All right. And Mr. Spinozzi?
Move to strike. The witness just is speculating and is calling for speculation.
Yes, when she said she assumes, that'll be stricken because she said she really has no way of doing it.
Who is Mr. Spinozzi?
He's the president of Sally BD.
And Sue Davison reports to him?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Walker reports to Ms. Davison? Or when you were there?
I don't know about that.
Take a look at Exhibit 6, please. And what is, Your Honor, I move Exhibit 6 into evidence.
Admitted without objection.
And is Exhibit 6 a December 7th, 2010 email from you to Jennifer Markley with copies to Ms. Reynolds and Ms. Walker?
Yes, that's correct.
And in that email, did you say, "Hi, Jen, per our conversation below are the link for the 2 models we want to use in the flyer for stock photo for mixed silk"?
That's correct.
And you have a hyperlink below that?
Yeah.
Right. And take a look at Exhibit 7. And if you could get your notebook in front of you, if you could look at Exhibit, and Your Honor, I move Exhibit 7 into evidence.
Admitted without objection.
It's on here, right? Yeah.
And
I can see it from here.
Okay. Is that one of the photos that was hyperlinked?
Yes.
Okay. the photo of that lady right there at the top,
Yes, that's correct.
right? And Exhibit 8. Was that the other photo that was hyperlinked?
Yes, that's correct.
And enlarge that. Right, and that woman has an open mouth smile. And going back to, I moved Exhibit 8 into evidence, Your Honor.
Admitted without objection.
Going back to Exhibit 7, there's the woman depicted there has a closed mouth smile.
Yes, I guess. Yeah.
Right, and it's important to keep the mic closer
Oh, okay,
up a little
sure.
bit so everyone can hear you, please. All right, take a look at Exhibit 10. All right, move Exhibit 10 into evidence.
It's already in.
I apologize.
All right, no need to apologize.
Is this the final advertisement that came out or in the first flyer for Mixed Chicks?
Mixed silk?
Excuse me, Mixed Silk.
Yes, that's correct.
Right, and it depicts the 3 products, correct?
Yes.
And it depicts the woman with the open mouth smile.
The same shot I saw earlier, yes.
And the one with the closed mouth smile.
Yes.
Right, and of course it has the logo Mixed Silk on it.
Yes.
Right, and this bears a date of February 2011, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And this particular one has compared to Mixed Chicks on it, right?
Yes. Yes.
But after that first ad, that compared to statement didn't appear anymore, isn't that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And take a look at Exhibit 617. Your Honor, I move Exhibit
617 is admitted without objection.
And is this a June 2011 advertisement for Mixed Silk?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you make that bigger, please, Mr. Vaughn? Why don't you grab, there you go, stop it at the bottles. Now, this one doesn't contain the words compare to?
No, it does not.
Now, were you involved in the decision to remove the compare to language from these advertisements?
I left it off the ad grid.
You left it off the ad grid. So you approved the ads without the compare to?
Yes.
And Ms. Reynolds approved them as well?
Yes.
And Ms. Walker?
Yes.
Did those approvals run higher up the chain to Mr. Spinozzi?
I don't really know.
As a matter of policy, did Mr. Spinozzi sign off on that, all advertising?
Yes, I guess, yeah.
All right, now take a look at Exhibit 620, please.
Admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, what's the date on Exhibit 620? Ms. Truong,
I'm sorry, I'm looking. Sorry.
take your time.
Looks like August 2011.
August 2011. And can you take a look at page 6, please? And let's grab the very top middle there, Mr. Vaughn. All right, now, is that a depiction of an advertisement for Mixed Silk?
Yes, that's correct.
And you were still at the company. Did you approve this advertisement?
Yes.
To your knowledge, was it approved by Ms. Reynolds and Ms. Walker?
Yes.
You would expect it to have been approved under normal policy, correct?
Yes.
Now, let's take a look down below. Actually, it's not on that document. So I am finished with that one. So as late as 2011, we saw there, Ms. Truong, that Mixed Silk, conditioner, shampoo, and leave-in were being advertised as a trio without any other products adjacent to them. Is that correct? take a look at Exhibit 623, if you would. Your Honor, I move 623 no.
Submitted without objection.
Right. It's also, what's the date on this one, Ms. Truong?
Is there a date on here?
You may direct her if you wish.
I'm sorry, is there a date? It lets you tell me on here. Sorry.
In fact, you may lead if you wished, but
Isn't it correct that it came out in August 2011?
I don't know because I don't really see a date on here.
you can touch your screen.
Make it bigger or?
There's a difference, Your Honor, between a hard copy and the...
Oh.
Right, I will table that. Well, we'll get to the date later. Let's go to page 10 of Exhibit 623. All right, and there, once again, you see the advertisement with the trio.
Yes, that's
right.
correct.
And so, in this particular instance, there's the mixed silk shampoo. Hit clear, please, Mr. Wexler. Thank you. Button there somewhere. In any event, there's a trio mixed silk.
On your screen, do you see at the bottom it says clear?
You have to do it on
At the
that
bottom
one,
of your
at the
screen?
Elmo.
Oh, clear all.
Yeah, just touch above. There you go.
Okay.
We got it.
All right, so we've got the trio there, the mixed silk shampoo, the mixed silk leave-in, and the mixed silk deep conditioner shown without any other products adjacent.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, there's a depiction of a woman in this particular advertisement. Did you select that art as well?
Yes, I did the photo shoot for this model.
And the others we mentioned earlier, Ms. Reynolds, Ms. Walker, Mr. Spinozzi, approved those advertisements as well?
I'm sure they did. It's in print.
Objection, Your Honor.
That last answer will be stricken.
At the time, in August 2011, it was a normal policy for an advertisement such as the one that is in front of you, Exhibit 623, to, let me ask it differently because I need to circle back on the date on this one once I straighten that out. In August 2011, it was the policy of the company that Ms. Reynolds, Ms. Walker, and Mr. Spinozzi would sign off on all advertisements, correct?
Objection, Foundation.
Sustained. Wait a minute. Actually, overruled. You may answer.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
Because?
She just said she was guessing.
Actually, that didn't come out on the record. I heard, what was your answer?
The reason why I say this is because I sign it off first, usually, and Renee, and then Susan, and then, so everybody else that signs afterwards, I won't see their initials, so I won't know technically if they did or not, so I guess that's really what I'm trying to say.
The objection is sustained. The answer about who signed off is stricken. Six more minutes.
Rolling right along, Your Honor. I'm going to pull up a picture, Ms. Truong, of something that's already in evidence. It is the mixed silk and nourishing deep conditioner exhibit 153, and Your Honor, may Mr. Wexler approach?
Yes.
All right, so you selected the jar for that deep conditioner exhibit 153, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Yes, that's correct.
And it's a stock jar, right?
Yes, correct, yes.
And you selected a stock jar because stock jars are less expensive than custom?
That's correct, yes.
Right, because with custom, you'd have to buy a mold, correct?
Yeah, yes.
So the cost of the mold is something that drives the product price up?
Yes, yes, it could. Mm-hmm.
Now, can you take a look at Exhibit 684? Mr. Wexler will approach again. What is Exhibit 684?
This is a Mega Silk Olive Moisturizing Treatment.
Is that a silk, is that a stock jar?
No, it's not.
Is it a cowl jar?
Yes.
And many Silk Elements products come in those jars as well, correct?
There are a few, yes.
Now, which has a higher price point? The product that you're holding or the Nourishing Deep Conditioner?
This product has a higher price point.
And what is the exhibit number of that product?
This is Silk Elements Mega Silk Olive Moisturizing Treatment.
Let me ask you a question.
You didn't get the exhibit number. It's 684. Do you move its submission?
I do, Your Honor.
Without objection, it's submitted.
Now, that's a moisturizing treatment, 684?
Yes.
Is it something that's taken out with the hands and put on the hair?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Is it something that the user takes out with their hands and puts on their hair?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay. I see this. Can you put the shape of that jar up? Can you put that jar up where people can see it, 684, where the jury can see it? Does the user have any difficulty removing the contents of Exhibit 684 from the jar?
No, I don't believe so.
So the sides of the jar don't have to be straight for the user to remove the product from Exhibit 684?
No, it doesn't.
They can reach under those shoulders and get the nourishing cream out, right?
Yeah, they can. Sure.
All right, let's take a look back at Exhibit 623, Ms. Truong. I've straightened out my mystery. And if you can take a look at page 12. And we'll rotate that for you, so you don't have to turn your head. There's a coupon date on there. Do you see the coupon date?
Yes, I do.
And it expires August 31st, 2011?
That's correct.
Right, and based on the normal coupon practice at Sally Beauty, would that mean that this circular came out sometime in August 2011?
Yes.
All right, now turning back to the deep conditioner that you have in front of you, we looked at 684. Let's take a look at the Mixed Chicks leave-in conditioner, deep conditioner 8-ounce size, which Mr. Wexler will bring to you now. It's Exhibit 156. Now, Exhibit 156 and the jar that is Exhibit 153, the mixed silk jar, those jars are virtually identical, aren't they?
Yes, this is a stock flat wall jar.
Let's take it one step at a time, and I apologize.
What is that? I missed that term. A stock what jar?
Flat wall jar.
Okay.
And Ms. Truong, this is a time trial, and the way this works is I get to ask questions, and then Mr. Stewart will get to ask clarifying questions. So if I ask you a question that's yes or no, I'd prefer that you answer it.
I'm sorry. Yes.
No problem. All right, so let's take it one step at a time. Can you put that jar back up where the jury can see it? And is it true or untrue that the jar of Exhibit 156, the Mixed Chicks Deep Conditioner, and the jar of the Mixed Silk Nourishing Deep Conditioner are virtually identical?
Objection, vague and ambiguous.
I think we should take our break now. All right. So we'll be back at 1:30. Remember, keep an open mind. Don't discuss the case or do any research on the case. Thanks.
All right.
All right, you may step down. So the question is virtually the question is virtually identical, and your objection is vague and ambiguous. Okay. My inclination would be to overrule the objection. We'll see where we stand at 1:30. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back, and please continue, Mr. Parker. Welcome back, Ms. Strong. You understand your under oath, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And let's talk about some Sally Beauty products. Can you take a look at Exhibit 748, please? If I'd like to move in, Your Honor. And it's also in your binder, Ms. Truong.
748 is in evidence without objection.
And is Exhibit 748, is that a picture of some of Sally Beauty generic value products?
Yes.
All right, and so let's take a look at the top row. Break it in half, please, Mr. Vaughn. All right, now the orange product that you're looking at on the left is not a generic value product, is that correct?
No.
Just so we make sure we're on the same page. You see how these particular products we're looking at right now are Clairol compared to products, correct?
Yes.
And so they say compared to Clairol?
Yes.
And it's true, isn't it, that Sally Beauty has a number of compared to products. Is that true?
Yes, I believe so.
They have compared to products for companies like Nexus and Paul Mitchell, right?
Objection, Foundation.
Can you take a look at Exhibit 168, please, which is already in evidence. If you look down to your left, Ms. Truong, if you look down to your left on the floor, Ms. Truong.
Yeah. On the floor to your left. Left, on the floor.
There's a white bottle down there. It's the only white bottle. Can you pull that up? And have you ever seen that bottle before at Sally Beauty?
Yes.
Now, have you ever designed or given input on any of these compared to generic products?
No, this is not my category. I don't handle GDP.
All right, let's leave that. Take Exhibit 168 and just put it up in front of you on the ledge there, please. And leave it right there. Now, these products, these generic value products, are generally lower priced than the name brand products, right?
Objection, Foundation.
Response?
Your Honor, she worked at Sally Beauty for 8 years, and she can understand the nature of generic products.
That wasn't the question.
Ask her what her experience has been with competitive pricing.
Ms. Truong, what has your experience been with competitive pricing between name brand products and generic value products?
They tend to be less expensive on the generic.
Actually, that wasn't what I had in mind. Does your job require you to know about prices?
Does your job involve you needing to know about prices of name brand products versus house brands versus generics?
If the product pertains to what I'm working on. So I don't do GDP, so I don't go out and research, Paul Mitchell or, other products that are in GDP.
Does Sally Beauty buy its GDP products from the same place that it buys its Silk Elements products?
Objection, Foundation.
Sustained.
Do you know whether Sally Beauty buys its generic value products the same place as its Silk Elements products?
No, I don't know. I don't handle GDP, so I don't know anything about GDP.
Now, do you have any experience as to whether the generic value products are beneficial to consumers?
I assume so. It's sort of a personal preference, I guess, if we say beneficial. They prefer it, is that what you mean?
Isn't it true that consumers get lower prices for generic value products because the seller of those products is able to cut out the middleman?
Objection, Foundation.
Isn't it true that your Silk Elements products are purchased direct from the manufacturer?
Yes.
And by doing that, by purchasing the Silk Elements products directly from the manufacturer, Silk Elements is able to cut out the middleman.
I can get it at a lower price, yes.
Lower price than and give the customer a lower price than they would get on some of the name brands like L'Oreal, correct?
I don't understand the question.
That's all right. I'll withdraw the question. All right, so let's talk about some of the brands that Silk Elements sells. Is Silk Elements part of the multicultural category?
Objection, Your Honor, and I just think Mr. Parker misspoke that the products that Silk Elements sells.
I did.
Can you just clarify that question?
I did. Let's talk about the brands that Sally Beauty sells. Ms. Truong, is Silk Elements part of the multicultural category?
Yes.
So Sally Beauty has had a house brand that is a multicultural product since the time you started working for the company, correct?
Yeah.
So Mixed Silk was not the first multicultural brand that Sally Beauty sold, correct?
Mixed Silk is a sub-brand of Silk Elements. I don't know.
Okay, my question is this. Was Mixed Silk the first multicultural brand? Strike that. Let me back up. Was Mixed Silk the first multicultural house brand that Sally Beauty sold?
No.
There were many Silk Elements products that were, in your view, multicultural products before Mixed Silk.
Yeah.
And if anybody said that Mixed Silk was the first multicultural house brand at Sally Beauty, you would disagree with them. Is that correct?
Mixed Silk is multicultural is sort of there are different ways to define multicultural. It could be, you could say mixed, you could say African American, you say multi-ethnic. Mixed Silk is more from mixed, right, with women with natural curly hair. I guess that's.
Isn't it true that Sally Beauty once called the Silk Elements products ethnic products, and then for convenience and marketing purposes started calling them multicultural products in the early 2000s?
Ethnic might have been the beginning before my time, I believe.
Well, I just want to have an answer to a simple question. Were the Silk Elements products that existed as of January 2011, prior to the introduction of Mixed Silk, were any of those multicultural products? In your view?
I'm just really confused by the question. I want to answer it right, but I need to understand the question.
I used the word multicultural earlier. Were you confused about that term when I first started asking about it?
Well, because it's a
yes,
broad.
I'm sorry, yes or no?
No, I'm not confused. It's just a broad term. It's a word that can describe many different races.
It can be shifted to meet different circumstances. Is that what you mean?
Well, it could be also a politically correct way to say ethnic also.
All right. So, so when someone says the Silk Elements that existed prior to January 1st, 2011 are multicultural products, they might just be using a term that allows them to avoid a politically incorrect term like ethnic.
Can I just make a question on something when you say Silk Elements? Silk Elements been around for at least 9 years, almost 10 years. So when you say was around in 2011, is that what you're indicating?
I'm just asking you whether Mixed Silk was the first multicultural product in the Silk Elements line. That's all I'm asking.
No, it's not the first.
Thank you. So you are familiar with the Silk Elements line, correct?
Yeah.
And can you take a look at Exhibit 22? I'm moving to evidence, Your Honor. That's also a reminder. It will come up, Ms. Truong, but the about objection 22 is an evidence for it. Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Truong, it will come up on the screen, but also if you can, when I ask you to look at an exhibit, you can turn to it and that binder is in front of you as well. It'll move things along faster than waiting for the screen. Sometimes it's a little slow. Now, is Exhibit 22, does it appear to you to be some but not all of the Silk Elements products?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, now, I've placed some of the shampoos and conditioners up to your left in the bottles that are sitting up in front of you. Do you recognize the Silk Elements products up in front of you?
I do.
Right, and these are all unobjected to, and with counsel and Your Honor's permission, I will move that in later. No objection. So, Ms. Truong, the farthest bottle to the left is Exhibit 691. And can you tell me what type of bottle that is, please?
We have to hold that up, I can't see it from here.
And Mr. Vaughn, as I mentioned, Exhibit pictures.
This is a Boston Round 33.8 ounce or 1 liter.
That is a liter bottle?
Yeah.
And it's got Silk Elements at the top.
Yeah.
Would you describe that Silk Elements logo as prominent?
Yeah.
All right, and it also has, what's the next word under the logo, Silk Elements?
Mega Silk.
And then what's the next words below that?
Olive oil neutralizing shampoo.
Now, and below that, toward the bottom, is there an image of a lady with flowing hair?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'd like you, with Your Honor's permission, Ms. Truong, if you could step out of the box and look at all the shampoo and conditioner bottles that are set up on that ledge, and just the shampoo and conditioner bottles, and let me know when you're done.
Now, can I approach to take a look at this as well?
Absolutely.
And
walk in the well if you wish.
And while Mr. Stewart does that, I'd like to move in.
Copy that well.
These are all unobjected to. I'd like to move in 691, 150, 756, 754.
Hold on, see, 691, 150.
Are you talking the product all the way around the edge here?
Just the shampoos and conditioners.
691, 150.
756, 754.
Hold on. 756.
754.
754.
755.
755.
701.
701.
702.
Okay, 702.
685.
685.
689.
689.
690.
690.
149.
149.
I already got 150, I think, Your Honor.
Yes.
161.
161.
And I got 159.
I don't have 159.
159. 159.
Got it?
That's it, Your Honor.
All right.
Okay, now, Ms. Truong, here's my question. As of January 1st, 2011, prior to that date meshed with your recollection that January 1st, 2011 was prior to the introduction of the mixed silk products?
Yeah.
Okay, so here's my question. As of January 1st, 2011, wasn't it true that every shampoo bottle that bore the mixed silk logo that bore the Silk Elements logo? So I'm going to get that question backed up and do it again. Isn't it true that as of January 1st, 2011, that every shampoo bottle that bore the Silk Elements logo listed it at the top of the bottle before any other logo?
Since 2011?
As of January 1st, 2011, prior to the introduction of mixed silk.
No, that's not true.
Which product, in your mind, is it that did not have the Silk Elements logo at the top?
The Silk and Child line.
Oh, Silk and Child. Okay, so let's talk about Silk and Child for a minute. That's a children's line, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it common, or it's common, isn't it, for a children's line to be brightly colored?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, for ours is brightly colored, but
We can't guess here, unfortunately, we're in a
Okay.
court of law, so do you know or do you not know?
most likely, yes.
Now, down to your left, there are 4 bottles on the floor of the Silken Child, of some of the Silken Child products, not all. And can you tell me which products? You should be picking up Exhibit 669, 670, 671, and 673, and I'd like to move those in.
Wait, these are more? It does.
They are.
Okay, so what am I needing?
669, 670.
Hold on. Is it a continuous sequence?
It is 669 through 673.
That's very helpful. All right, Ryan?
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor, 672 is not there. My mistake, Your Honor.
So not 672.
Exactly. 669 through 71, and then 673.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, are those some of the Silken Child products?
Yes, they are.
All right, now, can we identify which ones are? I see a number on the list. You get the specific exhibit numbers identified for the record.
670, 669, 670, and 673.
All right, now, my question was, and you may not have heard it correctly, but my question was, were there any products as of January 1st, 2011, in the shampoo line for Silk Elements that did not have the Silk Elements logo at the top of the bottle, regardless of size?
The Silken Child here is developed before 2011, the
Okay.
shampoo.
And where is the Silk Elements logo on those products?
It's small at the top.
What are you looking at? What exhibit are you looking at?
Is this shampoo? Yeah, this is 673.
Mr. Vaughn, if you please pull that up. And magnify it a little more, please. All right. So there's Silk Elements above the Silken Child.
Yeah.
Now, given that, so my question, the answer to my question that I just asked, the answer would be no, right?
Oh, you meant on top?
Yes.
Oh, yes. No. Yeah.
Mixed Silk was the first Silk Elements product to place the Silk Elements logo under the name of the product. Isn't that right?
Yes.
There were no other products that did that before the Mixed Silk product, correct?
That's correct.
Now, setting aside the children's line, and this is the question I think you were trying to answer. Setting aside the children's line and looking solely at shampoos, as of January 1st, 2011, were there any shampoos that failed to prominently place the Silk Elements logo at the top of the bottle, like Exhibit 691?
There's none.
So Mixed Silk was the first adult product in the shampoo line to place a smaller Silk Elements logo on the bottle, correct?
Yes.
And Mixed Silk shampoo was the first adult shampoo to place the Silk Elements logo under the name of the product, correct?
Yes, but there is a reason why.
I'm sure Mr. Stewart can ask you about that. And now there's another product that was introduced called Caraminerals. Does that ring a bell with you?
Yes, I developed that product.
You developed Caraminerals. And that product rolled out in June 2011, correct?
Yes.
All right, so let's take a look at that product. It's on the floor to your left. I apologize.
How much did you put up there? Like a whole
Not as much as you think.
door up there.
On the floor.
Oh, I'm wrong. May I approach you?
Yes.
All right. I've just handed you 2 Care Mineral products. What exhibit numbers are they? I must confess, I looked at them and they left my head as I walked away.
663 and 664.
And I'd like to move those in, Your Honor.
They're in.
All right. Now that one rolled. So Mixed Silk came out in February 2001, correct? Mixed Silk, not Care Minerals.
Yes. 2011. February 2011, I think.
Thank you. And that product, can you hold up that Care Minerals product, both of them, for the jury to see, please? For the record, those are exhibits 663 and 664. All right. Now, may I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Actually, you know what, Mr. Vaughn, please pull up 663. We'll just do it with the graph.
And both counsel, we've been at this. You don't need to ask permission. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just know I can't go over there and stand there. So let's enlarge the logo there, Mr. Vaughn. Okay, so this product came out after Mixed Silk and is an adult. It's a product for adults, right?
Yes.
In fact, there are 3. I believe there are 3 products in the Care Minerals line, right?
No, it's 4.
Okay, but they're all for adults.
Yes.
Okay, and the Silk Elements logo is the highest logo on that Care Minerals container, correct?
Yes.
Now, you developed that product. You rolled it, the Care Minerals product. You rolled it out at the same time that Sally Beauty introduced a product called Cara Pro, right?
I don't know when Cara Pro was rolled out.
Take a look at Exhibit 615. Shall I move into evidence, Your Honor?
Without objection, 615 is in evidence.
All right, and we'll enlarge it right there on the screen. The middle green box on the left, Mr. Vaughn. Very good. Is that a depiction of Cara Pro?
Yes.
And Mr. Vaughn, if you could catch the lower right-hand corner of that document. No, the lower right-hand corner of the document itself. Sorry about that. Lower left, sorry. There we go. Lower, please. Lower left. There, now we go. Okay. So, is that a flyer from June 2011?
Yes.
All right, and does it say that the Cara Pro products are new? Let's get the green box again, Mr. Bond.
Yes.
And then down below it says Cara Pro entire stock. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, let's talk about the jars quickly as I can. In front of you are Silk Elements jars, and sorry, I do have one issue there. All right. Can you pick up Exhibit 690, and it is a conditioner tube sitting to your left. On the left. There you go. What is Exhibit 690? Can you hold it up for the jury as you identify it?
Silk Elements Luxury Moisturizing Conditioner, 6 ounce.
And that is a conditioner that is in a tube, right?
Is the conditioner in the Silk Elements line?
And is it uncommon? It's not uncommon then to put conditioners in tubes?
No. Usually, if it's smaller size, then you can, like a 6 ounce, you can put in a tube.
Now, take a look at Exhibit 702, which is the only bottle on your left, and the only bottle on your left, and the only adult product that has a spray top on it. It's to your left, and it's maroon or. Now, that is a pump, correct?
Yes.
Is it translucent?
No.
And is the pump, it's a spray pump, right? Can you take the little safety cap off there? It's a spray pump, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are any of the shampoo or conditioner bottles for the adult products translucent?
Mixed silk is translucent. Is that what you're asking me?
That is a very good point. As of January 1st, 2011, was Silk Elements making any products in translucent containers?
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sally Beauty, I can correct the question. All right.
All right.
Let me.
Ambiguous motion to strike?
Yes, Your Honor.
Granted.
All right. Ms. Truong, as of January 1st, 2011, was Sally Beauty making any Silk Elements products in translucent bottles?
No.
All right. Do you recognize some of the jars on that counter?
Yeah. Yes, I do.
And are those some of the Silk Elements jars and of gels and conditioners and so forth?
Yes.
All right. Let's talk about mixed silk. First of all, mixed silk sold well during the time you were there, right?
I don't know specific sales dollars. Are you talking about mixed silk?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah.
All right. And in fact, it was on the best-selling items list at some point when you were there?
It's one of the, it's a good selling, yeah, it's one of the top selling products. Yeah.
And you were involved in that mixed silk brand from its creation to its introduction, correct?
Yes.
And you first heard about Mixed Chicks about 2 or 3 years before Mr. Wexler deposed you in October 2011, correct?
Yeah, let's see, probably a couple years prior formally to developing mixed silk.
And you heard about it at a trade show?
Trade shows, yeah, maybe some product reviews, forums, that kind of thing, yeah.
And product reviews after 2008, because 2008 is the first possible date, based on your testimony, that you heard about mixed silk.
Objection, Your Honor. Mischaracterized the testimony of the witness.
All right, listen carefully to the question, and if you disagree, say so.
All right. Well, let me approach it this way. You just testified that you learned of Mixed Chicks 2 to 3 years before you were deposed, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Mischaracterized the testimony of the witness.
You may answer.
Yeah, a couple years prior to developing the product, I've heard of them. Because I would have to if I'm doing, I'm doing research to do a comparative product.
All right. And isn't it true, though, that you recall being deposed by Mr. Wexler in October 2011, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall testifying at that deposition that you heard about Mixed Chicks about 2 or 3 years before the day you were deposed?
The day I was, I'm not understanding. What do you mean?
Your Honor, I'd like to play page 41, lines 2 through 4 of Ms. Truong's deposition.
I'd like to take a look at it first.
You may.
'41, lines 2 to 4. Hold that close.
Put it on the Elmo.
You know what, Your Honor, that's a typo. I will move on. It doesn't look like, oh, excuse me.
You're moving through a lot of different volumes. Actually, I blacked out the screen. If you just put it on the Elmo, then Mr. Stewart and I both can look at it if you're ready to go on that.
All right, and the actual excerpt would be page 40, line 24 through 41, line 4.
Can you repeat that for me? Can you repeat the page again?
I can, just one moment. Page 40, line 24 through page 41, line 4.
Thank you.
For the record, Your Honor, I disagree that this is appropriate impeachment.
Well, you're going to read it right now. I've read it. You got it quicker than I did. Okay, got it? Just a moment. Next line. I need to ask, what's the date of the deposition?
Sorry, Your Honor. October 2011, but to be exact.
I think right now there's not sufficient evidence of start times and end times for the measurement to call it impeachment. There may not be clarity, but it may not be impeachment. If you want to get a clear answer that disagrees, you may.
Ms. Truong, so how did you hear about, you heard about the product at a trade show?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did, yes.
And you've attended a lot of trade shows on behalf of Sally Beauty?
Yes.
And you've seen Ms. Etheridge and Ms. Levy before at the Bronner Brothers shows?
I might have seen them from their booth, but I wouldn't know who they are.
All right, so you've seen their booth?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen the booth, yeah.
Pretty sure? Do you know? Did you see it?
I mean, I'm at the trade shows, yeah, I'm sure I saw it, yeah.
You saw their booth?
Yeah, I'm sure.
And so you saw the contents of the booth as well?
No, there's a lot of booths there. You can't really stay too long and just see it, move on, and then, look at other booths.
And have you attended trade shows in the past when you worked for Sally Beauty with Ms. Reynolds?
Yes.
And have you attended the trade show with Mr. Carcieri, trade shows with Mr. Carcieri?
Yes.
Right. And by the way, you're the category manager of the multicultural space, right?
No, I'm not.
You were the brand manager of the multicultural category, right?
I'm the brand manager for multicultural.
Okay. And you're telling me that you never walked over and examined the Mixed Chicks booth?
I walk over there. I walk many booths. I'm not there to just look at every detail. I wouldn't have time. But I'm sure I saw products. I spend maybe 5 minutes at a booth sometime, maybe less.
So let me recap. Your job is to buy products for the multicultural space and sell them on behalf of Sally Beauty, right?
Objection, foundation.
Now, let me restate. When you worked for Sally Beauty, it was your job to develop and manage brands for the multicultural category.
Objection, foundation, or mistake.
Is that correct?
Hold on. The objection is?
Mischaracterizes your testimony.
Listen carefully to the question and give your best answer. I'll read it again if you want.
My job is to develop private label products for multicultural categories.
For multicultural categories?
Yes.
Private label products that evoke or have a resemblance to brand names? Is that part of your job?
No, whatever product mix I felt we needed in Silk Elements or in my other private label brand, then I develop it.
Okay, so just so I understand your answer, are you saying that it was not part of your job to develop house brands that resembled well-known brands?
No, that's no.
That was not part of your job?
No, I developed private label products that we needed in the mix in the Silk Elements or Proclaim brand.
So when you developed mixed silk, is it your testimony then that you did not intend any part of it to resemble the Mixed Chicks products?
When I developed mixed silk?
Yes.
There are similarities, yes. I'm not denying that there are no similarities. There are similarities.
Okay. And those similarities are not coincidental, right?
No, they're not coincidental. I mean, it's not, but it's not intentional either. It's just there are similarities and there's quite noticeable differences as well.
Well, I'm confused because if it wasn't intentional,
Because I'm not trying
Wait, let me finish the question. It wasn't intentional and it wasn't coincidental. What was it?
My goal is to develop a comparative products that I felt, it was comparable to the original. It had a value price, and it was going to sell. And there are, like I said, there is noticeable similarities, yes.
And those noticeable similarities were put there on purpose, right?
Okay, that's sure.
And have you been told not to say the word intentional?
No, it's just I don't.
Argumentative.
Well, it is a cross-examination. Do you want to make it cross-examination?
I haven't agreed with Mr. Stewart that it is.
That it is?
Yes.
The objection's overruled. Go ahead.
Some of them make logical business decision as well. So that's why I say it's intentional, but it's not, because I made those decisions because they're just smart business decisions as well.
There's a saying, Ms. Truong. The saying is, even a kicked dog knows whether it was kicked or tripped over. So, and isn't it true that you intentionally created similarities between the mixed silk products and the mixed chicks products?
It's a yes and no. I don't know how to answer that question truthfully. So I think yes, there are similarities, but yes, I made those decisions for business decisions too. If I didn't like the way it looked, if they made a green shampoo, I wouldn't do a green shampoo. There are also smart business decisions that went with my thinking as well.
All right, so your answer is it was intentional, but it wasn't?
It was intense. It was.
I'm a bit vague. It was. I don't know what it is.
Overruled. You may answer.
You asked me, it was intentional, like I purposely just copy it. I need to clarify what you mean by that.
I don't mean copy.
Okay.
I'm asking you, and you don't work for Sally Beauty anymore.
I understand, but I want to answer the question truthfully as well. I just don't.
Isn't it true that the similarities between the mixed silk and mixed chicks products were intentional?
Objection, vague and ambiguous, because now we're talking about similarities that aren't identified.
Overruled.
I don't know how to answer this question except, okay, if you want me to say yes, I'll say yes.
Let's talk about the Mixed Chicks website. Before you developed the mixed silk line, you did online research regarding mixed chicks on search engines like Google, correct?
I probably did, yes.
And before you developed the mixed silk line, you visited the Mixed Chicks website, correct?
Yes, I'm sure I did, yes.
Can you take a look at Exhibit 57, and we're going to pull it up, but I'd also like you to look at it in the notebook, and that's already in evidence.
I'm sorry, what exhibit number?
Exhibit 57. Oh, we can put it on the screen once I switch this over.
What exhibit?
Exhibit 57, Your Honor.
Is it in?
Yes. Your Honor, if you could hit the magic button.
That's why I was asking if it was in.
It is in, and I apologize. Is that the website you went to?
Yeah, it looks like their website, yes.
And when you went to the website, you hit the shampoo button on the website, or clicked the shampoo button and looked at shampoos?
Yes, I looked at, yeah, I'm sure I looked at the shampoo, yes.
Okay. And did you also look at the leave-in conditioner and the deep conditioner?
I'm sure I did, yes.
All right, let's take a look at the next page of the website. Did you look at that page?
I might have did. I remember the 8-ounce deep conditioner, yes.
And the next page, let's take a look at that. Did you look at the leave-in conditioners?
I'm sure I did.
You don't object to these questions. This is a printout of a website that's a current website. The witness has testified to having looked at it some time ago, and I don't think we've established a proper foundation as it relates to this exhibit.
Response?
Your Honor, I'm simply asking her if she looked at the leave-in conditioners on the website.
I looked at their website prior to developing the product, which is, years ago. I haven't looked at it recently or anything.
And you looked at it multiple.
Right, the objection then is sustained.
Right. I apologize for moving on.
Sir?
And move to strike?
And motion to strike granted.
Okay. Did you look at the website more than once in developing the product?
Maybe twice. I mean, no more than that.
Now, Sally Beauty wanted to develop what became the Mixed Silk brand because there was demand for mixed chicks, right?
No, there's a demand for, I felt like it was, we needed that mixed race product in the category because that was what was missing.
And did you receive reports from the field asking if Sally Beauty was going to stock mixed chicks?
No, I don't receive any correspondence in regards to that.
Well, I'm talking about monthly reports from stores listing a desire to have a product like mixed chicks. Do you recall that?
Maybe I could compare to product, yes.
Okay, a compare to product?
Yeah, compare to product.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 43, please. Your Honor, I'm going to take a moment to make sure I get into the right place. And is Exhibit 43, which I'd like to move in, Your Honor.
Without objection, it's admitted.
Is Exhibit 43 an email from you to Ms. Aisha Crump dated July 20th, 2010?
Yes,
And in this email, down below, it says, I noticed the viscosity is not thick enough on this item. And let me back up. I just received your sample. I noticed the viscosity is not thick enough on this item. Please thicken this up a bit. Please do comparison to mixed chicks. Did you write that?
Yes, I did.
And so by that time, you were looking at developing a product that, in your words, compared to mixed chicks?
Yes.
All right, but not a product like that compared to Paul Mitchell product, right?
No.
Right, a product that had design similarities between, to mixed chicks, correct?
Paul Mitchell?
No, you were in the process of developing, when you started developing the product that was going to compare to mixed chicks, you set out to design a product that had similarities to mixed chicks, right?
Yes, during 2009 I did, yes.
All right, now take a look at Exhibit 42.
Admitted without objection.
And is Exhibit 42 an email from let's look at the email at the bottom first. Is the bottom of the Exhibit 42 an email from Ms. Walker to Ms. Reynolds and you with the subject line, where are you on our mixed chicks?
Yes, I see that on here.
And then there's a hyperlink on there. You recall that was a hyperlink to a site that mentioned mixed chicks?
I don't remember clicking on the hyperlink. So
right, and then you replied above on the same day, I should have lab samples this Wednesday, correct?
Yes.
All right, so the people involved directly involved in actually developing the product were Aisha Crump at a company called RNA, right?
Yes.
And Miss Dawn Watkins, who at the time was an outside consultant, correct?
Graphic designer.
Okay. And Miss Watkins didn't pick the name Mixed Chicks, correct?
Mixed Silk.
Excuse me, Mixed Silk.
No, she did not.
She simply designed the Mixed Silk logo, right?
Yeah.
All right, and Miss Crump worked on bottle design and formulation, right?
Not bottle design, formulation.
You did the bottle design.
I chose the bottle. I didn't design it.
Right. And when I say the bottle design, I mean everything that went on the bottle.
Yes.
And when you say you chose the bottle out of a number of options of stock bottles, correct?
No, not a number. It was Boston Round bottles.
Okay. And is the bottle, you already identified that 1 liter Boston Round earlier that's sitting right to your right. What's that exhibit number again?
691.
All right, and over behind your left shoulder, there are some smaller, kind of thinner round bottles. Yeah, that's one. Can you pick that please up, please? And what exhibit number is that?
This is 685.
All right, can you hold that up for the jury? All right, what's that bottle called?
This is a Boston Round in a 16-ounce size.
Some people call those a bullet bottle.
A what, I'm sorry?
A bullet bottle?
I never heard it to refer that as that name. I call it Boston Round.
Well, so just so we're clear, how many options of bottles did you look at before you picked the Mixed Silk bottle?
We just looked at different Boston Rounds in different sizes.
Okay. Nothing other than Boston Rounds then?
No, no, mainly Boston. We look at some Boston Rounds. Yes. I don't remember, but yeah, I remember.
All right, let's take a look at Exhibit 23, and this is objected to, so we don't want to put it up. But Ms. Truong, if you can look at it in your notebook, please.
I'm sorry, what number?
Exhibit 23. And Ms. Truong, the bottom part of the email is that an email from you to a group of people within Sally Beauty with the subject line name brand suggestions?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And does it say, hey guys?
Hold.
Oh, I apologize, Your Honor. And then above that is a reply from Miss Jones, Courtney Jones, to you, dated August 4th, 2009?
Yes.
And is this about the product that became Mixed Silk?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move Exhibit 23 into evidence.
Objection?
Your Honor, I withdraw the objection to this.
All right, it's admitted.
All right, and so in your email at the bottom, the one you sent, can you read that email, please, to the jury?
Hey guys, need some brainstorming help here. I need name suggestions of products similar to the Mixed Chicks line, names that suggest hair care products for mixed or biracial customers.
All right, mixed or biracial customers, right?
Yeah.
And above that, Ms. Jones' email has some suggestions. And one of the suggestions is swirled girls, and in parentheses it says blatant rip, close parentheses. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right, now at that point, as of the date of this email, August 2010, you had not picked a name, correct?
August 4, 2009, no, we did not pick this.
And who picked the name?
Cesar Walker came up with the name initially.
And did you approve of the name?
I like the name, yes.
So then you went about developing a logo with Ms. Watkins, correct?
Yes.
Right. And Ms. Watkins had worked on some other products for Silk Elements, right?
Yes.
All right, let's take a look at Exhibit 35, please.
Objection, John.
35's in.
All right. Now, is this an email from you to, from Ms. Watkins to you with a copy to Courtney Jones, dated May 5th, 2010?
Yes.
And below that, there's an email embedded within it. Says May 5, 2010 at 8:05 a.m. Truong, Britt. Was that the original email that you sent to Ms. Watkins?
Yes.
So let's look at the second paragraph and grab Mr. Vaughn. Mr. Vaughn will follow along, but can you please read the paragraph that starts with the bottle?
The bottle. Oh, the bottle and jars will be natural frosted. That I know for sure. I would put one in the mail for you. We will silk screen it. I haven't thought about colors yet. I could tell you the line is inspired by mixed chicks. And then the email address.
Right. The website address?
Yes, the website address.
www.mixedchicks.net.
Yes.
All right. Now, can you continue reading with the sentence that begins, the colors?
The colors of the product is, so the leave-in is yellow or similar to what you see on their website. The shampoo is pale yellow and the deep conditioner is white. These colors will show through the components since they will be natural frosted in color.
All right. So by this date, May 5th, 2010, you had already decided that the bottles and jars would be translucent.
Yes.
Right. Unlike any of the other silk elements adult products that existed at the time.
No, that's correct.
Because that is a design feature that the Mixed Chicks products have, right?
You could see through the product, yes.
That's why you wanted the translucent bottle.
Yes, so I could see through the product. Yes.
And you wanted yellow to match the yellow color of the Mixed Chicks products that would show through the translucent bottle.
Yes. Yes.
Right.
Was that Exhibit 35 just on?
Yes. All right, let's take a look at Exhibit 37. Which I'd like to move in.
I'm sorry, what exhibit, Ken?
37.
It's admitted without objection.
All right, and this unfortunately is a tiny email. Mr. Vaughn will catch some of it for me. And is this an email? From Ms. Watkins to you with a copy to Ms. Jones dated June 1st.
Yes, that's correct.
And in it she says, that is why I put silk elements at the top and the mixed silk larger toward the center to see how it would look on a label. Do you see that?
Can I read the first line also? So
Of course.
Sense? Okay.
Now, attached to this email, and I'm not sure I got to answer the question. My question is, did I read the portion that I read correctly into the record? Did I read the portion I read was correctly read into the record, right?
Oh, you mean the second line that you read?
Yes.
Yeah, that's correct. Yes.
Now, were there logos attached to this email, Exhibit 37?
Yes.
Let's take a look at the logos on page 3. And that's a logo. There's obviously a mixed silk logo there with silk elements above it.
Yes.
Same on page 4. Silk elements on the top, right? On page
Yes.
4. Above mixed silk, correct?
Yes.
Page then actually I was just looking up. Yes, page 5. All right, let's get that one. So silk elements is on the top, and mixed silk is on the bottom, correct?
Yes.
And that is, the mixed silk part of that is actually the logo that you ended up using, right?
Yes.
All right, let's look at the next one. Silk elements on top, right?
Yes.
All right, and that's also true for pages 7, 8, and 9 of Exhibit 37. Silk elements is always on top, right?
Yes.
Just like every other product that Silk Elements put out at the time, right?
At the time, yes.
All right, let's take a look at Exhibit 107, please.
Without objection, it's admitted.
And this is an email from you to Ms. Watkins, dated June 1st, 2010, at least the very top portion, sent June 1st, 2010, correct?
Yes, correct.
And this is a response to Exhibit 37 that we just looked at.
Yes.
So she sent you 7 logos, all of which had the silk elements above the mixed silk, correct?
Yes.
And then you sent something back to her, logo on page 3. Can you shrink this 50% and then add in very small print underneath the logo by silk elements?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Right. Making this the first product that put the silk elements logo underneath the logo of the product, right? First
Yes.
adult product.
It's by silk elements, so you have to put it at the bottom. Yes.
Now, did you ever consider putting compare to on the bottle?
No.
Can you take a look at Exhibit 50, please?
Admitted without objection.
Isn't this a graphic in which you contemplated putting comparison to mixed chicks actually on the bottle?
No, I never intended to do that. This is their logo. This looks like a portion of like a information sheet that I would send out to our stores. It looks like it's a portion cut off of it.
No, all right, so who was involved in the selection of the containers for the mixed silk products?
I was.
So we've already established you got the Boston Rounds and the Silk Elements line. You said, I believe, that you wanted the mixed silk shampoo and leave-in conditioner to have a round shape, right?
Yes.
And you wanted a pump, and the pump doesn't look good on the tall Boston Round, right?
Not for that. The reason why I put the pump on the squat Boston Round for Silk Elements because it's a PET bottle. If you squeeze it, it causes an indentation, so you need a pump for that.
You wanted a pump, and the pump didn't look good on the tall Boston Round, right? Isn't that the reason?
That could be true, but we went with the squatty Boston Round.
You decided that you wanted a pump because the mixed chicks liter-size products have a pump, right?
No.
And it's a mere coincidence that the pumps on the mixed silk bottles are translucent.
No, it's for aesthetic reason. It looks good with a clear bottle.
It looks good with a clear bottle because it resembles the mixed chicks products, right?
There's no, the 10-ounce bottle they use is square. There's no pump. It's a flip cap.
And I believe, if I understand it, that you intend to testify when Mr. Stewart questions you that you never saw the liter bottles.
That was always my testimony. When I developed mixed silk, I was not aware of the big size because I was developed against retail size, the 10-ounce size.
Right. And you weren't aware then that there was a manufacturer suggested retail price for the liter sizes?
No, I never pay attention to the big size of mixed chicks.
Okay. You sell you sell 3 Silk Elements bottles. I see it up there on the counter. They're in liter size, right? 4, right? There are 4 of them up there.
Yeah, in liter size.
In liter size. All right. And so it's your testimony that even though you researched the product, you went to trade shows, you saw their booth, and you intended to make a compare-to product, that you never saw their liter bottles.
Objection, Foundation. Talking about bottles being places that's not on the record.
It's also compound. There's a lot there to digest.
All right. You saw their booth at the trade shows, but you never saw the liter bottles. Is that your testimony?
Objection, Foundation.
Overruled. You may answer.
No, I never. My intention was always to develop the product compared to with the retail size. I never pay attention to the liter size. I never.
Right.
So I never saw the liter size or never noticed it. It's not important to me.
I want to understand your testimony. Slow down. Is it your testimony that you never saw the Mixed Chicks liter bottles before you finished the design of Mixed Silk?
Objection, Your Honor. Ask and answer. Now he's dispatching the witness.
Overruled.
When I developed the product for Mixed Silk, I was not aware of the liter size, of their professional size. It's not important to me. I was doing a compare-to product to the retail size. That's important because theirs is a 10-ounce, mine's a 17.25 ounce, and mine costs less. You're getting more bang for your buck on mine. Why would I mean, the professional size doesn't make sense for me to even consider or even look at.
I'm not asking.
I know you're.
We got to take this one step at a time.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm not asking whether you incorporated it into any designs that you did. That's not the question I'm asking. Okay. The question I'm asking is, in 2010, had you seen the Mixed Chicks liter bottles? That's the question I'm asking.
Your Honor, ask and answer. This has been answered.
Overruled.
I did not. When I developed the product was in 2009. I was not aware of the liter size in 2009.
So you hadn't seen it in 2009.
That's correct.
Right. Had you seen it in 2010, the liter size?
I might have seen it after. I might have noticed it afterwards, after it was launched.
So you picked a translucent pump for the Mixed Silk product, even though you had never seen the liter size of the Mixed Chicks products?
That's correct.
All right, now take a look at Exhibit 703, which is the Silk Elements. Well, hold on. I apologize. Take a look at Exhibit 153, which is the Mixed Silk Deep Conditioner. And it's there's actually a jar, it's back down below you. I put it down there at the lunch break. Now, can you hold that up again for the jury? Right. You selected that white lid, correct?
Yes.
And you selected the white jar?
It's a translucent jar, yes.
And you selected a white lid because the product is white?
Yes, it goes with the product.
Okay, so you selected a white lid because the product is white.
Yes, and it looks nice.
Was that the sole reason that you picked a white lid?
Yes, it goes with the product, and aesthetically it looks nice. Yes.
Can you take a look at Exhibit 703? And I got to get that for you because there's so many exhibits. If you could put the 703 up, and then I can find a jar. I'm gently removing the top tape of the exhibit tag, but not the bottom tape, 703. And can you open 703 and tell me if it contains white moisturizing cream?
Yes,
Okay, so it doesn't have a white lid, does it?
No, I didn't develop this product, by the way.
Okay.
But it doesn't have a white lid. Yeah.
One step at a time.
I know.
It doesn't have a white lid.
No, it does not have a white lid.
And so isn't it true that you picked the white container and white lid of the deep conditioner to make it look like the Mixed Chicks 8-ounce conditioner?
No, that is not true.
All right, and isn't it true that when you designed the Mixed Silk shampoo and leave-in conditioner that you intentionally took design elements from the Mixed Chicks products and incorporated them into their products so that there would be some similarities between the products?
There are no similarities on the bottles at all, except translucent, of course.
So your answer to that question would be no, then?
But you're asking me specifically which part of the similarities?
I'm just asking a simple, it's really a simple yes or no question. Isn't it true that you incorporated some elements of the Mixed Chicks products into the Mixed Silk products to make the two products look similar? Yes or no?
Yes, yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Take a break or start right in?
It's up to you.
I would prefer to take a break.
All right, we'll take a break. And we'll come back at 5 minutes to 3. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, while we're waiting, I was sustaining the objection on page 190. And then the only other thing is to go through 176, objection by objection. So 190 is sustained, 176 will go by objection when we get a moment, but not now. Okay.
All right. Proceedings in order. This court is again in session.
Good afternoon, Ms. Truong.
Good afternoon.
Hopefully we will get you through this too much longer. If I'm in the jury box and I heard your examination, I'm probably wondering, why is it that Ms. Truong put the Silk Elements mark below the Mixed Silk mark on the label of the Mixed Silk products? Can you tell the jury why you did that?
Yes. In my email, I had told Dawn that I didn't want silk to sound redundant because Mixed Silk and Silk Elements, so I wanted to say by Silk Elements. And the only way to do that is you have to put it at the bottom because it makes more sense. You can't say by Silk Elements on the top. So I wanted separated the two silks with the word by on it, so it needed to be at the bottom. I mean, after Mixed Silk.
Did you want one of those two marks, being the Mixed Silk mark or the Silk Elements mark, to appear more prominent on the label?
Yes.
Which mark did you want to appear more prominent?
The Mixed Silk.
Why is that?
Because that is our target market. This is the first time we ever developed products specifically made from mixed race women. I wanted to speak to that customer when they see it on the shelf. Hey, this is, if they're mixed, they say, hey, this, I could try this. This is for me. So I want it to stand out on the shelf.
And did that have anything at all to do then with your decision to put Silk Elements underneath Mixed Silk on the logo?
Yes, that's also correct.
Now, by making the decision to put Silk Elements underneath Mixed Silk logo, Mixed Silk on the logo, were you trying to hide the Silk Elements mark?
No, of course not.
And did you do anything with the label design to make Silk Elements appear prominent on the label?
I made it bold, dark brown, and it's bolded.
All right, I'd like to take a look at how the Mixed Silk mark was presented in just a couple of pieces of advertising. And so I put a binder in front of you. Your Honor, I put one on your bench as well. And if you would turn to Exhibit 613, which I've moved into evidence, Your Honor.
Without objection, it's submitted.
Do you recognize Exhibit 613, Ms. Truong?
I do, yes.
What is Exhibit 613?
This is a shelf talker that goes on the product when it's advertised at a sale price.
And what I see on this shelf talker is that the Silk Elements mark appears bigger than the mixed silk mark. Is that right?
Yes.
And the Silk Elements mark appears in boldface?
Yes.
Is there a reason why Silk Elements is put above and in boldface over mixed silk on this shelf talker?
We're advertising the brand Silk Elements on this shelf talker.
And was any part of the reason for putting Silk Elements bigger and bolder to communicate that mixed silk was part of the Silk Elements line?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, I'd like you to turn in your binder next to Exhibit 621. Should also move into evidence, Your Honor.
Without objection, it's submitted.
Ms. Truong, do you recognize Exhibit 621?
I do, yes.
What is Exhibit 621?
This is a signage that went on a cube in our store.
What's a cube?
It's like a display with shelves on it that you display sell products on there.
Where would you find that in a Sally Beauty store?
It could be in the front of the store, somewhere in the store. It depends on what room or space they have.
And is that some sort of special shelf display?
Yes.
Right. And so this would indicate that the Silk Elements mixed silk product was being advertised on that special shelf display?
Yes.
How is the Silk Elements mark presented on this sign compared to the mixed silk mark?
It's above mixed silk, and it's bigger in size.
Why is Silk Elements bigger than mixed silk on this sign?
Again, we're advertising that mixed silk is a Silk Elements product, so we want to convey that message to the customer as well.
Okay, I'm not going to belabor this point too much, but I want to show you an ad of a different character, and if you would, turn to Exhibit 627.
Without objection, it's submitted.
And when you get there, Ms. Truong, I just ask that you let us know if you recognize Exhibit 627, pardon me.
Yes, I do.
All right, what is Exhibit 627?
This is a beauty club flyer.
Who is this flyer distributed to?
Beauty club members who have like a card that they pay membership to.
And is this a guest loyalty program at Sally Beauty Supply?
Yes, it is.
All right, so this flyer then is just mailed to those beauty club members, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
All right, then if you would turn to page 6 of Exhibit 627. And Garrett, I'm going to ask you to go to the lower right and that bottom left, the bottom left quadrant, if you would just bring that out. Can you tell us what's advertised in what Mr. Malter has just highlighted on the screen?
Yes, this is a Silk Elements ad, 2 for $10 products sale.
And what I see here are a number of different Silk Elements products advertised. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Why? But it appears that there's only one of the mixed silk products advertised in this ad. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And I see Silk Elements in big letters in the script typeface at the top of that particular section of the ad. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Why is mixed silk being advertised with these other Silk Elements products in this particular advertisement?
They're part of the Silk Elements family, and it's also on sale for 2 for $10.
Is part of this advertisement to communicate that the mixed silk products are part of the Silk Elements family?
Objection leading.
Response?
Your Honor, I'm just trying to move it along.
I will tell you, amazingly enough, it's cross-examination and he can lead. When adverse witness designation is made, both sides get to lead, overruled.
I'm not sure we got an answer to the question, but I'll rephrase or I'll restate the question. Is part of the reason for including the mixed silk product with these other Silk Elements products in this portion of the ad to communicate that the mixed silk products are part of the Silk Elements line?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Parker set out on the shelf next to you a number of different, and I'm not talking right now, so I'm referring back in time to when you had different products on the shelf next to you. And you had at one time, earlier this afternoon, a lot of different Silk Elements products next to you, a lot of shampoo products and I think some other liquids in the Silk Elements line. And Mr. Parker asked you why it is that the, or made note that the mixed silk products look different than the rest of the Silk Elements line. Is there a reason why the mixed silk products look different than the rest of the products in the Silk Elements line?
Yes, there is a reason.
What's that reason?
The majority of the products that were up here, Silk Elements product here earlier, were targeted toward African American customer, and the mixed silk was developed specifically for mixed race. It was a specific target market that I wanted to sort of set it apart to make it more significant.
And this may be a good time to talk about multicultural, the terms multicultural and mixed race, because I think you were encountering some difficulty earlier because of Mr. Parker's use of those terms. What does multicultural mean to you?
Well, I mean, politically correct way to say the products is primarily targeted for African American customers and women of multi-ethnic race. But like I said, anyone can use those products.
But multicultural does not mean the same thing as mixed race, though, to you, does it?
It doesn't. No, it really doesn't.
Did Sally Beauty have any products specifically targeted to mixed race women before mixed silk?
No, we did not.
All right, I want to go back and start with a little bit of background that we didn't get a chance to cover before, but I won't spend too much time on this. Now, I understand that you are living in San Francisco now, is that right?
Yes, I do, yes.
Where are you from originally?
Where did I grow up?
Yes, ma'am.
I grew up in Kansas. My parents are from Vietnam.
And can you tell the jury just briefly about your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in business, and I have also a degree in fashion merchandising.
And you are, as I understand it, getting ready to go to nursing school, is that right?
Yes.
Is there a particular area of nursing that you're interested in pursuing?
Yes, I'm doing hospice.
That's a tough go. And you worked at Sally Beauty for 14 years before you left, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you left Sally Beauty to follow your husband to San Francisco where he got a new job, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. And you were the brand manager of the multicultural category when you left Sally Beauty Supply, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
What were your job responsibilities as brand manager in the multicultural category?
To develop private label products that primary can only, well, you can only buy in Sally Beauty store, and to market the product as well.
What kind of products did you develop?
I developed hair care products, chemicals like relaxers, professionals and retail. I developed various styling products, and I also did packaging for hair extensions as well.
And so you worked on private label products?
Yes, strictly private label products.
Right. And private label products are brands that are created by Sally Beauty and owned by Sally Beauty?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you have any responsibility for any national brands within the multicultural category?
No.
Right, so your responsibilities was just strictly for private label products?
That's correct, yes.
Right, what were some of the private label brands that you worked on at Sally Beauty?
Are we just talking Silk Elements or just,
just more broadly, just any
okay,
private
I
label
did
products?
mixed silk, obviously. I did color care, minerals. I did an olive oil line under Silk Elements. I did some products in Silk and Child line as well.
And in terms of major brands within the multicultural category, what are the major brands that Sally Beauty sells under? We've got Silk Elements.
Silk Elements, Proclaim. I'm responsible for that as well.
Okay. And how does the Silk Elements line compare to the Proclaim line?
Silk Elements, it's higher end salon quality product. And Proclaim is more value driven. It's not it's the quality is not as high as, I mean, it's high quality, but it's not salon quality products compared to Silk Elements.
Okay. How many products are there within the Silk Elements line, approximately?
Probably, I would say 60, 70 products.
We looked at an advertisement for the Silk Elements products. How regularly does Sally Beauty advertise the Silk Elements product line?
It's actually one of our leading brands at Sally. So I would say we advertise it every month.
And how long has that been true?
Since I've been a brand manager.
And that's 14 years.
No, I've been a brand manager for 8 years.
8 years. My apologies. So what did you do at Sally Beauty before that?
I started as an assistant buyer, and then I became a buyer, and then a brand manager.
And during the time before you were brand manager, do you know if Sally Beauty was advertising the Silk Elements line weekly, or I'm sorry, monthly?
Yes, I was. Yes, that's correct.
About how many products did you develop for Sally Beauty as brand manager? Just ballpark.
For Silk Elements, or?
Yeah, how many Silk Elements products?
I mean, Silk Elements and Proclaim, I would say it's probably close to, I mean, In and Outs and all those products, I would say probably 70 to 75 products. Geez.
And are you familiar with the term sub-brand?
Yes.
What is a sub-brand?
A sub-brand is a smaller brand that's under the main brand, but it's part of the family of the main brand.
Did you develop any sub-brands for Sally Beauty?
Yes, I did.
What did you develop?
Care Minerals, Color Care, and Mixed Silk, and the olive oil line, and some other products under Proclaim as well.
All right, and if you would, turn to Exhibit 845 in the binder in front of you. Pull that up, Gary.
845. Got it.
All right, move 845 into evidence. I don't believe it's in yet. No, not there. No. Can you?
All right, without objection, it's submitted. Go ahead.
All right, so on page 1 of Exhibit 845, is that the Care Minerals line that we're looking at there?
Yes.
And in this product line, the Silk Elements mark is presented in much smaller typeface than the Kira Minerals mark, isn't it?
Yes.
And the packaging here it looks gray, and there are different bottle types than I saw when Mr. Parker had the Silk Elements products lined up earlier. Does this Kira Minerals line look different than the rest of the Silk Elements product line?
Yes.
Why is that?
Well, this again is another specific target market. This product is for a customer that wants to. This is a keratin product that wants to straighten their hair. So, but it's a keratin. What I'm focusing here is the keratin product, the ingredients. So.
Over on the right side, then, appears to be a box that says hair smoothing system. Do you see that? Garrett, can you pull that up for me? What is this product?
It's a hair straightening kit using the keratin ingredients as the focus for the process, I guess.
And there are two models on this box, aren't there?
Yes.
Why is that?
To show, well, there's a before picture on the back of this also, by the way, but just to show the different hair types that could be used with this product.
And so, do these two models show two different kinds of hair?
Yes, on the back they show the before pictures have their different hair types.
Okay, and one of these models is closed lipped and the other is smiling. Is that right?
Yes, one is. Oh, yes, that's correct.
Now, the Cure Minerals products and the mixed silk products weren't the first products in the Silk Elements line to present the Silk Elements mark in smaller typeface than the sub-brand. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And Silk and Child, I think, is the brand that you mentioned earlier. Is that right?
Yes.
Go to page 16 of 845, Exhibit 845. And Garrett, if you would just, maybe the 1 second from the right, just focus in on the Silk Elements, Silk and Child logo. Make it a little smaller, focus just on the label, if you would. There we go. Did this product, I believe you said this product existed before the mixed silk line, is that right?
Yes.
And did you create this line?
No, I did not. I added products to this line.
Okay, so this line was already in existence?
Yes.
In existence when you became brand manager?
That's correct.
All right. Now, who are products who are the purchasers of products in the Silk and Child line?
The target market's children. The purchaser could be their parents.
And are some of those parents also the same people that the rest of the products in the Silk Elements line are targeted to?
Yes.
And so purchasers of the Silk Elements line could be purchasers of both the adult products and the children's product?
Yes.
If you would, just tell the jury, just briefly, what steps are generally involved in the development of a new private label product at Sally Beauty?
Well, if I had an idea, I would get it approved first to Renee and Susan. We would talk about it, and if they agree, then I would look at manufacturers, contract manufacturers, to see if they could send me samples. When I receive the samples, we would test the products. If it needs to be tweaked, and I would tell them, and then we would, in the meantime, we work on the formulas, and then once the salon testing is approved, then we would start paperwork on getting regulatory to approve the formulas. And during that time, I would be working on packaging and artwork and all that. And once all that is approved, then we work on a marketing strategy, and then it goes to the stores.
Yeah, we spent a lot of time talking about the mixed silk product. Obviously, that's what this case is all about, as you know. And I believe you've already testified that the mixed silk products were designed to be a compare-to product to mixed chicks. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you start out the development plan for a product targeted to mixed race with designing a compare-to product in mind?
Yes, we wanted to do a mixed race product prior to mixed silk.
Right.
Prior to developing mixed silk.
Right, but at the very beginning of the development process, did you know that product was going to be compared to mixed chicks as opposed to compared to some other brand?
Yeah, we didn't. We did not know at the time in the beginning.
Tell us about the initial stages of the development of what became the mixed silk product, and tell us how it came about and what steps you went through to develop the product.
Well, prior to developing mixed silk, which is probably a couple years before that, Renee, Susan, and I talked about we needed a product for mixed race in this line, and
stop you for just a minute. So, Renee, is that Renee Reynolds?
Renee Reynolds, yes.
And Renee Reynolds, she was the director of the multicultural category?
She is the director, yes.
And I'm interrupting you, but the Susan was Susan Walker, is that right?
Susan Walker, yes.
I'm sorry for interrupting you. Go ahead.
Okay. So during that time, I was a few years while we were discussing, I was working on a lot of projects, so I didn't start it right away, and so I probably did some research now and then, and then it didn't really get rolling until sometime in 2009.
About how long before 2009 was it that this process started?
I'd say just a couple years, maybe 2 years, I'm thinking.
And why was it that Sally Beauty wanted to design a product targeted to mixed-race women?
We just didn't have one in the private label multicultural category, so we felt like we needed, and then plus, that particular category, that the mixed race customer will have natural wavy hair, curly hair, and they have a need for it. So it seemed like a logical business decision to add it.
And did you believe this was a growing market?
Yes.
Now, all right, so the decision was made to come up with a product targeted to mixed-race women. Did you, as a part of the process, did you investigate any other products on the market?
We looked at a couple other brands.
What other brands did you take a look at?
I saw Miss Jessie's and Carol's Daughter.
And did you see Mixed Chicks also?
Of course, Mixed Chicks, yes.
All right. And did you test those products?
Yeah, I tested some products. I read a lot of product reviews. Went in and looked at some hair forums and read some blogs, those kind of things. Just researching internet.
And so at a certain point in time, Sally Beauty decided the product that they were going to make would be compared to Mixed Chicks as opposed to those other products that you tested. Is that right?
Yes.
Why is that?
I felt Mixed Chicks had a good product, of course. They had three items. It's a simple line, and I felt like it was a good product to do it compared to. I read a lot of product reviews. They had really good product reviews, so I thought it was a good decision to go with them.
And then once the decision was made, who had primary responsibility for development of the Mixed Silk line?
I did.
And who are the target customers for the Mixed Silk products?
Mixed race women, could be women with natural curly, wavy hair, or kinky curly hair also. And mixed race, is that?
Yes.
Yes, mixed race women, yeah, of course.
Sorry,
that's what I thought that's what I said already in the beginning. Yeah, sorry.
I think I probably asked you a question you may have answered already, so I apologize for the confusion. So if I walked into a Sally Beauty store, where would I find the Mixed Silk products?
You could find them in the multicultural section or the general market section as well.
So I think I understand why they would be in the multicultural section. Why would they be in the general section?
Well, the customers with natural wavy hair or curly hair, they may shop that section. So, or mixed customers may shop that section. So it's just beneficial to have it in two places.
And why was it that you decided to develop as the initial products in the line, a shampoo, a leave-in conditioner, and a deep conditioner?
Well, I was doing a comparative products to Mixed Chicks, and so that makes sense. And plus, also, that's pretty standard when you're doing a line. Is you would have, for that type of hair, you would have a shampoo, a deep conditioner, and then a leave-in styling product.
And did Sally Beauty later add another product to the Mixed Silk line?
Yes, it did.
What product did Sally Beauty add?
The curly gel.
All right, can we just pull up on the screen Exhibit 675? Can you move that in? Okay. Can I grab? I think I got the trial exhibit. Can I grab it?
Without objection, it's admitted.
All right, so Ms. Truong, I've just put on the shelf in front of you Exhibit 675. Would you identify for the jury what that is?
This is a Mixed Silk curly gel.
This is the new curly gel product?
The new curly gel, yes.
All right. And what is a curly gel?
It's a styling product, but you leave in the hair, it holds the curls.
Why did Sally Beauty decide to add the curly gel product to the Mixed Silk line?
Well, initially I always wanted to expand the line, but I needed to know if the three core products were going to sell well at first before I expanded. So after it did, I made the decision to add this item.
And when did you start thinking about doing a curly gel product?
I started working on after it was launched, after the mixed silk line was launched.
About how long afterwards?
Could be a few months, maybe. Yeah.